Hey. Yo, what's good? How we all doing? I was getting some LMNT, checking, making sure everything's going the way it's supposed to be going. That reminds me, I got one more thing. We got to make sure this staff is doing this. All right. Welcome, welcome. Hi, how you doing? Oh. They might find out I'm not really in space. Oh my god, thank you. Cradmosh, thank you so much. You know, a subscription to this channel starting November 1st is at $7.99? That is fucking crazy. $8 to sub to a streamer? I don't know, man. Like, that's a pretty crazy amount of money. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you. Welcome to the Tuesday stream. Hello from Canada. Wow. Hello from Malaysia. Wow. Oh my god. Hello from Deserto. Oh, get out of here. Stop making articles about me. You guys didn't give a shit about me 3 years ago. For the last 3 years, and now that I'm posting again, all of a sudden, hello from South Africa. Devin ignoring my DMs. I have so much work to do. What did you even say? I don't even know. I literally get like, okay, my problem is that I've set up my company on Discord, which is a huge mistake because now I get like 30 to 40 DMs a day from different people. And so I lose stuff so fast. I'll look for it. I'm sorry. Hello from Portugal, Belgium. Wow. Bump. Oh, okay. First one is hard. Second one is easy. Yeah, IPG, Omni. Yeah. I do very few direct subs through Twitch. It is not very efficient. Yeah, you do Patreon. Because, like, with Patreon, you give literally 8% of your income goes to Patreon, and then, like, 92% goes to the broadcaster. Krovokian, thank you very much. I mean, it's still a lot. Like, we're on a good contract here at Twitch. Because I'm a special snowflake, so subs still do matter here, and I appreciate them. The Patreon is better value for all of you, though, because you get all the videos and stuff. Ugh. Dude, I've been so busy, man. I like it's actually insane. I'm like probably working like 14 hours a day right now, like 7 days a week. Is that right? I get into the office about like 4 or 5 p.m. And then I work till like about 7. So how long is that? Let's see. I count my fingers. Let's see. So 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 12 hours about. That sounds right. That's 12. So it's like 12 hours, 7 days a week. You work nights? Yeah, I prefer to. I almost always. No, I'm not sick. I feel great. It's just I think like the mic settings are a little bit weird. Bump. I work nights. Yep. But I choose to work nights because I hate most people. So a couple of reasons for this. The number one is I pretty much don't want to talk to any Americans ever. So I have a lot of our contractors, like 40, 50, 40, we have 40, 45 contractors. They're working with us to varying degrees. And the vast majority of them, especially over the last year or so, are in the Philippines and in Thailand, so they work days, and so I prefer to work nights because I just don't want to get bothered by Western people. Typically when Western people DM me, they want nothing besides things from me. They want me to do things. They want contacts. They want business stuff. They want references. They want whatever. And nobody bothers me at like 12 to like 4 in the morning. And I get my absolute best work done. I get amazing work done at those times. I love it. I literally am. This is like really early for me, this stream. So I only come in here so I think we're gonna move the stream up an hour or so. I only come into the office to be with you guys. I like completely hate the daytime. I would love it if like I could like shut off and people wouldn't bother me. But yeah. 5 to 5 is 12 hours, so 7 to be 14. Yeah, 14 feels right. How are you up right now? Oh, I went to bed. So I stopped working at 4, 5-ish last night. And then I went to bed at like 7. So I got like 6 hours, 6.5 hours of sleep or so. So I'll probably move the stream up like an hour or so. The problem with that is that on Fridays it hits the EverQuest raid, so then we have to end at 7. When do you sleep regularly? Like 7 or 8 in the morning till like 5, like 7 or 8 hours. I watched your short about D4. I got D4 as an expansion to this social media campaign. I still want a refund for my time. That's funny because a lot of people like D4's expansion, I heard. But I'm so negative in on it. I'm like 100% convinced that was the worst $90 I ever spent. I've spent some dog shit money. I spent some money on some really terrible stuff. But the D4 is it. D4 is the like the biggest regret I can think of for my $90 ever. It's like an actually. Did you check out Ashes of Creation? Yeah, I did. I have been watching it pretty closely, and I'm actually pretty excited about it. All right, Dan. That sponsor offered me $20 for an ad integration. I'm not crazy to think that's an insane lowball. No, what's happening, Rara, is they're calculating off of your CPM. So they're probably offering you like a $10 or $15 CPM, but your views are so low that it actually comes out to $20. And so the other thing too is like a lot of people will take sponsorships just to add credibility to their channel. So it's like $20, right? But like what could happen is it could be $20 for like you getting sponsored and then the authority being that on your channel. You should generally not accept sponsorships until I think like at least 100,000, 150,000 subs or so. That's my opinion. I think you just focus on creating your content. Don't buy it. I'm not gonna. I'm not in the Ashes of Creation like beta. I haven't given them money. I learned my lesson with Camelot Unchained, which was way back there. If you guys remember that, the Kickstarter campaign for Camelot Unchained with like the PvP stuff. I learned my lesson with like unpromised Kickstarters like back then. So I didn't end up supporting Ashes of Creation 6 or 7 years ago. Although I'm watching Thor pretty closely because I think Thor has like a really good. Thor's like a big Eve player like me. Dan, I'm trying to run a stream, dude. Let me run my show. Come on, like dead ass. God, fuck. This is why I'm not up at Western times. Like people fucking obnoxious Western people bothering me all the time. Christ Almighty. Fucking A. Check your DMs. Yep, Star Citizen. Exactly. Then no more secrets for you. Yeah, I don't care. Why do you think I care? I already the only thing I've learned from this entire thing is I should never ever piss you off. Jesus Christ. Ever. I got so many DMs from people that were like oh my god, I had no idea that Dan was this capable of doing damage to people. Congrats on a Deserto article. I don't want any Deserto articles. Did I get one? All right. Wait, what does this mean? Oh, I can't say anything about that. Good luck. That's insane. Hey, Abdu, long time. What are you up to, man? Dan's gonna change his name next week because he doesn't want to be associated with he like physically changes his name. No, he is immensely capable as an individual, and it's really scary when you get a like actual like a person who's actually okay, something to understand. Most people are not capable of executing. Like when I say executing, I mean like most people don't like really take massive action towards things. They don't like act with like consistency and action. And most of the people that do act with consistency and action are not easily pissed off. They're like kind of busy with their own shit. They're often very wealthy. They have stuff to do. And that sort of thing. But Dan is both very capable and very pissed off. And that is a really, really scary combination. That's why I put my bet on him when I said, well, like when I was like, he's going to actually accomplish what he says he's going to do. Because like that's the sort of like he's a very rare sense of person. Hi, I need serious advice. I don't know what to do. This is a chat, right? It is a chat. It is a chat. I've never seen Dan like this, even when Destiny grinds his gears. Not gonna lie, Dan pissed off. It's not like I mean he's like he's fighting for a pretty good cause. IMO. Like, actually, well, originally I kind of disagreed with the narrative that he had. Just like from my standpoint. Dan and I agree completely. Like we have I think the same problem is going on with Twitch, but I think it's going on for different reasons. But now the more that Dan shows me behind the scenes, the more I start to believe that it's for the reasons that he's saying it is. So I'm kind of coming around. It's pretty crazy. Very, very crazy. I would say at the moment, Dreveling, there are not great resources for UGC on my Patreon. I'm going to be making a guide for it. Because a lot of people have asked me about it. I'll let you know that your UGC video landed me 3 gigs over the last week. This one really resonated with me. Excellent. That's like why I create stuff. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. That's like truly why I create stuff. Super, super appreciate it. PoE 2 delayed 3 weeks. What do you think? I am not a huge fan of PoE 2. I don't really like Jonathan as a game director. And like, I'm actually not going to play launch, so I didn't really care that it was that it was delayed. I like, because I don't think it's done, Captain SDR. I think that it's like a really rushed project. They shouldn't. I don't. None of PoE, none of the Path of Exile stuff makes sense to me. You've got a game that is like completely crushing it, doing record player numbers every single year. Like you're literally like PoE 1 is like literally crushing it. Every league is more players than the last league. There's no sign of stopping. They're making more money. They're overperforming. Why make PoE 2, throw all of your developers off of your best game, and then completely change the game direction to like more of like a slow-paced like MMO style game that nobody asked for? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And so I haven't like really I've played PoE 1 or PoE 2, I mean, and I'm not very excited about it. So I don't know. Like this is coming from a guy with like 6,000 hours on Path of Exile 1. So like I'm like a huge PoE 1 fan. I don't think I'm gonna play on launch. And I'll just, you know, I'm good. It literally is the EverQuest 2 problem. Yeah, it literally is. Yeah. Can I tell you a scenario I'm struggling with? If you want, try. No, PoE 1 is going to continue alongside PoE 2. Where is it? Is it? Like, do you know that? Because, like, they haven't said anything about PoE 1, and now Settlers of Calgar is going to be a 7-month league. Right? And now we're delayed 3 additional weeks. Like, when do you think the next PoE 1 league is going to come out? So, I don't know. Are your one-on-one consultations strictly online platform-oriented or brick-and-mortar issues still fine? Most of them are not content-related. I don't really take content creators most of the time when they... So, there's like a little note on that consulting page that says I don't take 90% of these consultations, and that's, like, super true. Because a lot of people, they email me, and they're like, hey, I want a consultation. They have, like, 500 subscribers on YouTube or whatever, and my consultations are $500 an hour, and I'm like, dude, like you don't spend money on me, like, go create videos, like you're gonna waste money doing this with me. So I turn down a lot of consultations. I tend to take more consultations that are more business oriented. Natic, thank you very much for the sub, man. Really appreciate you. It just cannibalizes your community between 2 games. Yeah, I think that they thought what was gonna happen. Telkeny was they thought that PoE 2 was going to attract a totally new audience of gamer. But that is not going to happen. There's no way. What are your thoughts on the importance of engagement versus CCVs in live streaming? I don't care about CCV, like, at all, typically, when I'm setting up sponsorships. Advertisers do, though. We're the only agency that does that. Advertisers look at CCVs and they never look at chat activity, subs, or bits ever. I haven't seen an activation happen on Twitch ever that looked at chat activity as a way of pricing it, ever. And I've seen thousands. Are they just going to rebrand PoE 1 into 2? I don't know. I don't know. I'm not really here for it, though. Are you looking at, if you're not looking at CCV, what are you looking at instead? Weird shit. We look at, like, follower growth per, like, AV90. We look at, like viewer counts over 90 days, viewer counts over 180 days, things like that, to, like, get a good determination. But that's because, like, we're really, really Twitch native. Like, we really understand Twitch at this agency. Most of the agencies that are spending on Twitch right now, like, don't understand Twitch. They're experimental budgets, and, like, they're using just CCVs and stuff. So they literally, like, sponsor, like, view botters and at, like, full rates. Yeah, that's a lot of stuff, Michael Izzy. A little bit above. This is a business and marketing stream, so I can't like really impact that. I think you should like get pretty. I think you should get professional help. I don't know. I'm like an idiot that does marketing, dude. Like I can't help with stuff like that. I'm so sorry. That sounds like really shitty though, and I hope it gets better. But I would get like a lawyer and a therapist at the same time. that's what I would do. Is Kick doomed to die since they're not focused on gaming? I don't know. I'm gonna go on. You know what? I'm gonna reserve my opinion on Kick until I go on Eddie's show, and then I'll give a really good take. Because the owners of Kick want me to jump on their show and talk to them about it. Like obviously, right now I have like very very little faith in the platform, but it's possible, that they know something that I don't. Does your agency do any creative production? We do UGC, so like we'll do creative in that way. So I guess the answer is yes, but we don't do our own creative. Our content's high production value, high engagement, fairly niche. How do we attract with brands with a CCV in the mid 300s? Email them. Like you should reach out to them. No one's gonna come to you at that. I'll leave. I was just looking for advice. You're welcome to stay here, but this is like just not. This is not a stream that can help you. Like this is not. I can't give people advice like that because number one, it like makes me liable, and number two, I'm a marketer. Like if you ask me business questions and stuff like marketing, that's my specialty. Real life like type of stuff like that. I would not feel comfortable giving you like a great direction to go with that because it's just not. It's not my wheelhouse, right? Like a lot of big problems with streamers is like they're gonna sound like they're an authority on everything because we have the mic and whatever. But I like to be really honest about like where my core competencies begin and end. And if I'm not capable of addressing something, I'm just not gonna do it. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Yeah. I could just say that I hope it gets better. Thanks, Ronaldo. Appreciate it, man. What's the best way to connect with agencies as a creator? Do cold emails actually work? Yep. Yes, sir. Of course. You should on my Patreon there's like a 3-part video on contacting agencies and shit. That's really good. Okay. One thing I will say though about it is like that even if shitty stuff happens in life, like it's a very small blip on the radar usually of like the entire thing. So life overall is going to be pretty awesome. It might feel really bad in certain circumstances, but overall it's going to be really good. So like you have to try really hard not to define yourself by one period in your life. I've been hiring UGC campaigns at my current job. Direct me to where I open any open roles you might be hiring for your agency. I'm not hiring anybody. Well, we are hiring a lot of people, but I don't want any American or European employees. I'm getting emails these days, dude. Like people, you guys want to hear something spooky? I'm getting emails from like director level people and VP level people at multiple times at like a lot of different companies, and I don't think anybody understands like how many people are going to be out of work all through the like US economy in the next like few years for like a bunch of reasons. No American or European employees. Yeah, I'm serious. Does that sound bad? What industry? Tech. Like tech type of area. It's a combination of AI, which I know everybody thinks is a meme and is not a meme, that's gonna knock out like comp sci really bad, and like any kind of like, it's already knocking out. Like I can safely say that AI is like already knocking out like a ton of full stack developer jobs, or back end or like UI work or anything like that. But at an executive level, it's happening too, not because of AI, but because there's a lot of bloat in these larger FANG companies that there's so many people that are writing like 250 to 300K a year paychecks with full-time health benefits that do not provide ROI to the companies. And I think the meta in Silicon Valley is changing, because I think people like Elon showed that you can go into a company and you can drop like 80% of its staff, and you can literally just brutally do it. You can just send an email. It's like, what did you get done? And then you can literally calculate the return on investment that that employee is bringing into the company. And then you can determine that against what you're paying them. And if that delta is too wide, you just cut them. And that's happening like at scale. So I'm really surprised that I am getting emails from like super high level people, like director people, VP level people that got paid like 400 or 500K in Silicon Valley, wanted to get jobs in my agency. And I'm like, dude, I can't afford you. Like, who the fuck do you think I am? Do you think I have 5-star kitchens and gym memberships? And do you think I can subsidize like fucking San Francisco rent? Like, dude, we're still picking up pennies over here. We're a startup. Like, are you serious? Get out of here. I feel like I'm talking to my ex who's in mergers and acquisitions. This entire stream is going to feel like that. Oh, very good, Polaritude. That's awesome. That's super cool. Let's go. Let me know how that goes. Yeah, exactly, MRG. Nobody can afford those people, and nobody wants to. There's like so many people that are really just delusional. they're dude, I don't know. This is such a hot take. You know what? I don't care. I'm gonna stand on business. I think I should stand on this. There's so many people that are like super delusional about the work to life relationship. I feel like the last few years that I've been dealing with American employees, there's such an enormous amount of entitlement that's coming out, where it's like, I should be grateful and I should be like blessed that these people are willing to work here. And I feel like I'm a really reasonable employer, in the sense that it's like, you don't have to come into the office. You can do remote work if you want. You can work whatever hours you want. You can you literally have no requirements on your hours. You can take as much vacation time as you want. Like, literally, we only care about results here. And even that is, with all that considered, we still are dealing with like a massive amount of entitlement. And I think that's like that's the kind of like rhetoric that I'm hearing across all of the owners, like all the people in SV that I talk to, and people are getting super sick of it. Do you think it's less entitlement on the domestic side and more desperation on the international side? No, it's entitlement on the domestic side. It's an attitude that has no. It's not like. It's not me doing anything. Like, it's a national attitude in America. You can see it everywhere. Like if you go out into like service jobs and you go into a Marshalls or go into like go into a restaurant, people don't give a shit anymore. Like, they don't care about their fucking work. They don't, like, work used to mean something. Work used to mean that you were doing a greater service to society because you were employed somewhere. You were adding value to the world. Right? And part of this isn't their fault. Like, a big part of it isn't employees' faults, because money used to mean something too. Like, money used to be worth something. Like, when you got $7 an hour from working like a fast food place, you could go spend that on all sorts of different things. Now that shit's worthless. So it's like I think like American youth is kind of down and out because their money literally doesn't do anything. So I kind of understand it. But there's a lot of problems that I don't know how to solve at a national level, and what I'm seeing is like a complete disinterest and even disrespect for employers. Like if you ever watch, so I'm gonna tell a cool story today a little bit later, but if you ever look at how like people like me are viewed on in the current like generation, it's extremely negative. If you ever read like any Reddit posts about me or any LSF posts about me or anything like that, like the typical kind of mentality of those people is that like I'm an evil overlord, I'm a scammer, I'm like a snake oil salesman, shit like that. There are no people in business that are trying to provide value. They're all evil. They're all just trying to go for the paycheck. They're all like scraping money off of anybody. Like they're just like all CEOs are evil psychopaths. Literally that's the narrative, and it's insane. It's insane because C-level people universally are providing the most amount of value out of any human beings on Earth, unequivocally. Like that's it, right? Like think about the amount of impact that something like Amazon has had on society. That you can get 2-day shipping for fucking anything at your door, right? Like there's an enormous amount of value that's created here. But it comes down to, I think, a really good quote, which is, weak times create good men create good times create weak men create weak times. and the cycle we're in is weak men have created weak times. I think that's what's happening. Deserto told me you're not really in space. That's disconcerting. You make money from your Patreon. Maybe most of your viewers make it all. You claim it doesn't matter to you because you don't need it. What do you mean? My Patreon is one of the... I would sincerely challenge you to find a Patreon that's higher value than mine on the entire website. If you can, I'll give you a free subscription to mine at the highest level. If you can find a single Patreon that has more value than mine. 150 videos for $5. 30 to 40 minutes each that are... that I originally created that Patreon because it was a alternative to subbing on Twitch. Because we stopped streaming because I was boycotting Twitch. I'm like super convinced that is literally like the most valuable Patreon on Patreon. Value wasn't part of my point, just talking about how you're perceived with you. Why? Okay. Why then am I perceived that way? I like as an evil corporate overlord, but then the same people on Reddit are championing literal multimillionaires with dumbass takes that are streamers full time, that add no value to the world, that employ fucking no one, that take all of their money, your money, and they buy McLarens with it, and then they crash them. Like, these fuckers worship these 25-year-old kids who literally create no value in the world. I fucking employ people. I fucking create real value in the economy. And you're listening to XQC give his fucking take on some political thing and telling me that I'm the evil CEO and overlord, while donating millions of dollars to these fucking streamers that don't fucking need it, that literally piss your money away instead of spending it on fucking employees. And I'm the evil guy because I have a Patreon? Fuck you. Like, are you serious? Christ. Actually, dude. I mean, you played League of Legends, so that's something that's evil. You say executives provide the most value of people in the world. That may be right from a business perspective, but as a Zen enthusiast, you can see the extreme value in people that don't work in the business structure. I don't think you do. You read Zen? So from a Zen perspective, you would say that basically everything is worthless, and that there's no sense of value. So because like people, it's all an illusion anyway. So I'm not getting spiritual about it. I'm just saying from I'm not gonna get like weird and say like, oh, like I'm not saying about the value of human life. That's a weird one. Did I already do the tier list? What tier list? No, the guy I was responding to wasn't flaming me. He didn't say any of that. I'm just kind of responding to the general idea of Reddit. That guy's fine. He's chill. Nobody in here is like has bad intentions, I don't think. Are we gonna do stream submissions today? Yeah. The platform tier list, that's done. It needs to go up probably on Thursday. It'll go up. Yeah, it's done. We'll put it up. Do you think creator rates will go up in 2025? Creator rates are super subjective. So like I don't, you can't really say that. Fuck. Expertise sucks because like if I get a question and there's like so many different ways to answer it, and then I'm like, I end up answering it really badly. Like, okay, so the real answer to your question is that creator rates are not a thing. Creator rates are totally subjective. There's no like way to price what creator rates are, right? What a streamer gets paid to do something or what a YouTuber gets paid to do something might be anywhere between, for the same subscribe channel, might be $10,000 or might be $100. So you can't say like that creator rates overall will go up. That's like an article headline. I said, but my answer is useless. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, we've got stuff to do. Sorry. Can I give a Reddit hot take? How much value do you think Amazon truly adds to the world? I hope history will decide if Amazon is not worth it. It's a needless luxury to be able to get a package delivered in 24 to 48 hours instead of waiting like 5 to 10 days, or physically buying it from a local vendor. Warren, sorry, that whole last thing sounded like it was directed at you. It wasn't, dude. I'm just like I'm angry at the Redditor mentality in general, and like getting constantly called like an evil villain. Literally, that wasn't you. I was just talking about that in general, but it sounded like it was coming at you. So I apologize. You weren't saying any of that shit. You're good. I try to never ever attack like individual people, and if it sounds like I'm doing that, that's like me fucking up. So like 100% try to never do that. That said, I just I don't think I can argue with you, Bison, that if I'm gonna be, sorry, I was reading a message. If I'm gonna be like advocating for, if I have to explain to you that Amazon created value in the world, I feel like we're so far. There's such a chasm between us that there's no way I'm ever gonna be able to like say anything valuable to you. It's such an insane notion to me that and I understand like you're kind of exploring this from like a devil's advocate point of view. But I would have to like justify how all of capitalism is good. Like Amazon is $1 trillion company, and like we have to go back down to like first principles and explain like money has value. Like money equals creating value in society. And if and so like if you don't believe that Amazon has created value, you don't believe that money has created value, and then you don't believe in the entire economic system, and you're like a tribal person that's like sitting around a fire and singing songs like from 300,000 or 3 million years ago and clicking rocks together. I just have I don't know. We have lights. We have stoplights. We have fucking like medicine. I can't help you. like the chasm is just way too wide. like I can't do it. I love the dedication to your content goals. Super inspiring to see a creator actually hold themselves to a goal. Thank you, man. I was surprised that so many people were kind of like inspired by it. I just want everybody to win, man. Hey, if you're a supporter, you can if you have the supporter chat in Discord, you can use this live notes section. We have Dutra. Dutra's like freaking awesome. Hopefully if he's here, he's got this, but you can go into the supporter chat and you can also, if you see like a good clip or a good moment, you can also come here and check it out. Oh man, I'm learning so much. I want to talk to you guys about some of the stuff that I'm learning. So so since I've been back to content creation, I think it might be time for Scaladraw. Actually, I have to switch screens though, because I think I have some. I've been running my entire business. Oh, I'm glad I switched screens. Oh my god, because I have some like super secret stuff here. I have actually been running my entire company on Excalibur. Because like it's so good as a visual explanation tool. The whole life has changed? Bro, it has. Literally. I'm gonna show you. Yeah, the Eve mug is fixed. Kind of. Honestly, actually, you guys may not be able to see. I mean, it's pretty much repaired so far. I still hold it by this now because I'm a little bit nervous. But for now, it's repaired. We got it fixed. How did you break it? My cleaners broke it. Excalibur is changing my life, man. It literally is. Oh, let's do the. I'll do the TTS first, and then I want to explain something really cool. How do we do that? All right.
I've submitted a YouTube video about this topic in stream submissions. You might want to watch it.
I don't remember what the topic was, but thank you. TTS is not on time, so you might have to reference what you mean. Because I have no idea. Before you start, can you tell me what it is? You're going to see what it is. Hey, Devin, been watching a lot of your videos and lately, and based on everything going on with Dan, etc., how many years would you say Twitch roughly has before it's axed? People think that I have like a firm take on this, and they like people are like, "Oh, he's been saying that Twitch is going to die for years," and I just report in real time on its decline. I have no idea if it's going to get shut down or not. It's really hard to say because there's a lot of like it's hard with a company at this level. It's like really hard to determine what's going to happen. They could shut it down. They could sell it. They could kind of keep it running in like a diminished capacity, which is what they're doing right now. There's like a lot of different possibilities. So I don't really have a prediction. I don't know. Like it could stay up. Yeah, it's just up to Amazon. Before you start, can you also verbally explain what it looks like? I'm on a walk with mobile. Do you want me to shine your shoes too, bro? Do you want me to tailor your clothes? Figure out your dinner for tonight? Tell you what movies are good?
If you're just riffing, it'd ask you to do a mini dive on the emote, scam salespeople who go into smaller streams, cause I know you'd have more insight data on it than the average person.
This is legit the first time ever hearing that, so I have no more data on it than you do. You offer that? Yeah, man. If given the opportunity, would you buy Twitch? Fuck no. I'm listening to this stream by Telegraph, so you can also convert everything into Morse code. Would anyone buy Twitch as is with Clancy at the helm and keep him there for beyond 3 months? No. Any potential buyers of Twitch would axe Clancy for sure. I think Clancy is in trouble no matter what. That's one solid prediction I'll make, is that like Dan as CEO has a very limited fuse for sure, because he is screwed in all three scenarios. Let's say Amazon keeps the product going. Well, he's demonstrated he can't make it profitable, and he's creating a ton of controversy. Let's say that Amazon sells it. Well, because of all the aforementioned, and because people usually want to put in their own CEO, especially one that has underperformed, he's out. So, like in any scenario, he's kind of done no matter what. How does someone like that even get a job as CEO? It's for him, like it was a fairly straightforward move up, no? Like so he worked at Google, and then he moved in Google to product lead at YouTube. So this gave him like the experience to run like CDNs. And then he leveraged Google and then Nextdoor, again leading product and like data science, to jump in here. So he probably met like Emmett through Google or somebody at Amazon and then jumped over. And he was president first, right? One of the things that people I think don't realize is that it is insanely hard to find people to run companies at this level. Like, finding a new CEO of Twitch is actually insanely hard. And a lot of people are like, oh, like, I could do that job. Again, this is another one of those, like, Reddit type of mentalities, is like, oh, yeah, like, CEOs are so stupid. Like, anybody can do this job. It's, like, so easy. Woo. All you do is just tell people what to do. I can do that. That's like the same mentality as the people that are like, oh, if I went back to the medieval ages, I'd be a king. And it's like, no, you'd just be a foot dude getting shot by an arrow, trying to go over a wall. Like, even like Dan Clancy as a person, for what he's accomplished, is so like next level in the amount of stuff that he knows and like his total breadth of knowledge. He's just not fit for Twitch, and arguably might actually just not like be a competent person in this sphere, and was maybe better on like product at Google or like maybe at NASA or something like that. But and of course there's always exceptions. There's some people that get through the system and they're just like not good, but that's very rare. So to find a new CEO for Twitch and a person that like fits with Twitch, it's hard. There's probably like less than 15 people in the world that can do this at a high level. Can Devin run Twitch? Probably not. I don't think I have the skill set to do it, no. If a company could take over Twitch, which company would be the best fit? Unironically, at this point, I don't know. Maybe Meta or Google. Meta probably Google. Meta can't. Meta already demonstrated. Well, Meta just wasn't interested in. Yeah, Meta didn't fail live streaming. People will think they did, but Meta literally just made a really good push into live streaming. They saw what we saw, which was like that there's really no place to go with it, and then it's not really going anywhere, and it's kind of a niche thing, and then they stopped developing on it. What's Emmett Shear up to these days? Probably meditating on ayahuasca, shitting his brains out in the Amazon somewhere. Who fucking knows? Or trying to decel AI. Yeah, I don't think I have the skill set to run. Like the question is like, who would the only people that would buy Twitch are people that are not in the vertical and don't understand what a bad buy it is. So like, it's gonna sound crazy, but like the most viable people to buy Twitch are not media companies. It's gonna be somebody like a Walmart or like a company that has like a fading demographic and is trying to reach relevant like 18 to 30-year-old people. It's gonna like a multi-billion-dollar media company. It'd be like a Madison Square Garden type play, like that they tried like when they bought my company. That same reason. It's not gonna be somebody like Google. Google already knows that Twitch is full of shit and not profitable. There's no way that Google would ever buy Twitch. There's no reason to, and so it's not gonna be like your usual suspects. It would be like a weird company. Who could that even be then? I don't know. It's a good question. Didn't YouTube almost acquire Twitch in like 2016? Right, but that was during a time before before YouTube had built its own CDN and live service and assigned like there's a whole team on live. I'm really connected to the live guys at Google, and we talk like almost every week, and they're super super legit guys and girls. Never use it, but how is Kick performing? Kick currently runs about 4 to 6% of the live streaming market share out of everybody, which is pretty significant when you consider TikTok Live. Well, actually, that data doesn't... Sorry, that's wrong. The data that I just referenced, which is from Stream Hatchet, doesn't actually take into account TikTok Live. And TikTok Live is actually almost bigger than all of them combined. So among YouTube, Twitch, Meta, and like all the weird services other than TikTok, Kick operates in 4% of that, which is almost all cannibalized from Twitch. But yeah, when Google made a play to buy Twitch, it's because they were going to integrate Twitch's live service into their CDN, which was then to become YouTube Live. Since they didn't get that sale, they built their own, and it ended up being better, I would argue. Do you think platforms like Mixer were a mistake or simply terribly executed? I think people don't realize like what happened with with platforms like Mixer and platforms like Meta's Facebook Gaming. They think that Microsoft failed, and they think that Meta failed. So just keep in mind, like during the time of like Mixer and Facebook Gaming, I was like regularly meeting with those executives like every week, and I understand, like even up to the point where Mixer closed, I really intimately understand what was going on there. What Microsoft and Facebook independently concluded was like there's no future in live streaming. We're like so they didn't fail. They just stopped putting resources into it. They just shut it down because they were just like okay, like it's a different thing, right? Like when like the Fire Phone from Amazon failed, right? Where it's like you build a product, you release it to people, nobody wants it, and then they're like, okay, like we're just gonna shut it down. But what happened with live streaming was they saw Twitch's success and they go, okay, maybe there's something here, and we're gonna do an initial investment. We're gonna put a team on it. We're gonna build something out, right? And it's gonna cost a very low amount of money relative to all the other projects that are going on. Like if you look at like what Microsoft was doing, what was Mixer's investment for Microsoft? I mean, it was like 0.005% of a P&L on some fucking product budget, right? It was a big deal to us because all we do is talk about live streaming. But like Mixer was a line item of a line item of a line item on Steve Ballmer's budget. He didn't give a shit, right? So like Mixer's entire cost was a experimental R&D budget for seeing if live streaming was going to work. Just like same with Meta, right? Like same with Facebook. And when they looked at it, they saw that there was no future in live streaming. Like the viewer counts weren't increasing. The people that do spend a lot of time watching live streams are generally power users. And so the end result was, okay, we're not going to invest anything more into this project because there's not really anything here to invest in. And so they just shut it down. So people are like, oh, Mixer failed. Like this stuff failed. It didn't really fail. It's just it just isn't. It wasn't ever really meant to be a thing, like live streaming in general. Like, thing to understand about like companies like Microsoft, right, is like a company like Microsoft has so much money, man. Like more money than you or I can ever fathom, right? And so like people are going to at Microsoft are starting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of projects at any given time. And they're all going to be different stuff. It's all going to go out different places. It's all going to be like all kinds of like weird different platforms and stuff like that. They're going to do like weird products, things that may or may not work. And, you know, like people like Google Stadia and stuff like that, right? Like Google Stadia was an opportunity to see if cloud gaming was ready. People determined that it wasn't. And so sometimes like you're going to put a little investment into something, and then maybe over a course of a few years, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and you're going to continue investing in it. But in something like Mixer's case, you know, it wasn't. It went backwards because of how the market works. And so they were just like, yeah, it's not worth it. Is Twitch a success, though, when it comes to company making? I mean, that depends on how you define success. People don't really know how much money these companies throw at random shit, and it's just burning away to see what happens. Yeah, exactly. Like, a lot of people think that Mixer was like an actual significant failure for Microsoft, and it's like, bro, Like, because they're like, oh, it was like, it's like, okay, so you paid Shroud what, $10 million? And let's say like all in for Mixer, your investment was what? Let's go crazy, okay? Let's say the all in for Mixer, the investment was 100 million. Okay. In just 2024, Microsoft made $245 billion. That's not including the cash they already have on their balance sheet, by the way. So like, if you put $100 million in, to 245 billion, this is just like a crazy estimate, right? Here is the number you get for the total cash involvement in Mixer. It was 0.040816 of what they make in a year. And people are like, oh, Mixer failed. Like, people don't realize how insane companies are. They have so much money. It's so crazy. And this is true for any FANG company, like a Google or like anything like that. Like, you can literally triple it. You could have put $1 billion in the Mixer. Wouldn't have even touched the P&L. Assuming Twitch has migrated into IVS, it has, yeah. Twitch itself doesn't really have any technology. What if it was sold? What's the value? Users. I mean, active users is valuable to some extent, especially if you want to drive them towards something else, right? So if you have like I don't know how many users are on Twitch. We think like somewhere north of 50 million. That's valuable. Yeah, maybe. I might have missed a zero. Was 100 million calculated a specific amount to get the most data? So Mixer was like a side project for a single VP at Microsoft. I don't even think that Steve Ballmer was aware of it. Or if he was, it was like very cursory. Like, everybody was like, what does Mark Zuckerberg think of Facebook? What does Jeff Bezos think of Twitch? I got that question a lot when Amazon, back when Bezos ran oh, this is like one of my favorite stories I just remembered. Like, so back in the day, when Jeff Bezos ran Amazon, right? Everybody would always come into the chat and they'd be like, well, what does Jeff Bezos think about this? What does he think about Twitch? And then, like, finally, about a year later, somebody brought up Twitch in like an all hands meeting or something to Jeff Bezos, and Jeff was like, "What is that?" He's like, "What is that product? Like, what is that? Like a streaming thing? Like, what do we own?" He had no idea. Like, it's a line item of a line item of a line item. No freaking idea. Like, he's like, he like literally just hooed the entire platform of Twitch. He had no idea. Where did I put my water? Oh, I think it's over there. Okay. Like, I'm good, Blue. How are you doing? All right, I want to talk about this idea. Hold on. Okay, so everybody knows that I'm like getting into content creation in like a very serious way. Finally. I want to share some of the observations that I've had with creating content and some of the surprises that I've had over the last month. It's been about a month now that we've been really serious about creating content creation, and it's gone pretty well. So I won't go with like platform by platform, but I'm going to start with something that really surprised me, and that's that the best platform that I had for content creation, like in terms of like just total reach, the best platform for me and the most performing platform by a huge margin, and it's not even close, was Twitter and X. It's really surprised me. So I had this commitment that I was going to do where I was going to create, and I have been doing it, like 3 to 4 long form videos a week, 1 short a day, 1 long form post, which is like writing, like think blog style, and then like 2 to 3 streams a week. And I expected this, I expected out of all this stuff that the best performing things here would be the long form videos, for sure. That like the long form videos would generate the most revenue. The shorts are like super experimental. Don't know what's going to happen with those. And nowadays we are learning at a crazy rate about shorts. And I could talk about like shorts and like what I'm learning from them. Our past few shorts have been the best performing shorts on the channel, but we still haven't had one like explode and like go past like 100K views. One thing that's really surprised me about them is just like how insanely difficult they are to do. It's actually crazy. Like the entire short, it's so important how well designed it has to be from beginning, middle, and end, and the storytelling of it. So there's still like 150 to 200 shorts that I need to do before I figure out like how to do this. The long form videos are fine and they're growing at a pretty incredible rate. But something that surprised me is like if you look at my YouTube and you go through the video impressions, you'll see like, okay, cool, this one got like 30K, this one got like 18-ish, like 13, some 10s, 15s, 45K over here, right? Like that one's like doing pretty well, and so on. So count all of those impressions up, and let's just say, like, let's give it a crazy number. Let's say it's 250,000 like views or impressions upon a person. My single post on Twitter, which was like a long form type of post about advertising, currently, like as of the time of this, is at 1.2 million views. And what's interesting about this post, because I know what you're thinking, you're going to say, oh, but on Twitter, like the views are not equivalent, right? Views aren't equivalent to say like a YouTube or something. But actually, they're equal or better. So I have not been a fan of Twitter and X for content creation and for what, like, since Elon took over. And I have been enormously sleeping on this platform. This is all real engagement, and you can tell because there's 430 comments on this, 700 retweets, and 6,000 likes, and 1,000 bookmarks. So that's all humans clicking buttons, right? The amount of exposure that I got from making long-form Twitter posts that are valuable shocked me. Like, shocked me in compare. Like, this long-form writing blog style thing, it's literally a thing that I wanted to do because my favorite medium for talking and producing content is writing. I love writing. So I make a lot of video and I do a lot of live streaming, but like in my heart and in my soul, I love writing so much. It's awesome. And there's so many people that are like, oh, like writing, it's over. Like you can't write anymore. Nobody wants to read all this BS. And you got a lot of comments on here that are like TLDR or I didn't read all that stuff or whatever. The way that I look at it is that long form content like this actually weeds out the brainlets. It weeds out the midwits. And so a lot of the commentary on this post was high level, especially at the beginning, because people just that are stupid just can't be asked to read it, which is great. Also, like, amazing, awesome. And so I was really surprised at the quality of the responses, and I was also really surprised at the quality of the posts. Like, the people that responded, they weren't like bots or things like that. They were like really insightful commentary. So that's taught me something about impressions I learned here, and how I think it'd be really interesting to talk about this, because I want to talk next about how getting a lot, if you get very viral and something gets really popular, how it works. Okay. And I've seen this, like, this is knowledge that I think I would have had if I have no idea what's going on with this thing, bruh. Okay. It's on its own journey, because I have seen, I have like had so many, I've been involved with so many multi-million impression posts, but I've never like written something and then seen it blow up in stages. And it's a really amusing journey. Okay. So let's start here. All right. And this number is going to be like, I would say this is like 1 to 200,000 impressions ish. Okay. Like ish. And I'll just talk about what happens. Okay. And I was able to kind of quantify all of this because I went through the personal experience of it. And then I looked back at all the data that I had on all of the ad campaigns we've run. And I noticed that they went exactly the same as this. So from 1 to 200,000 impressions, the response will be enormously positive. Okay? Like, most people coming in support and give the idea a chance. Okay? And then also, at this level of impressions, these are mostly directly relevant people. Okay? Because how social media platforms generate attention is they start with a dedicated audience. So they look at your post, they try to identify it. They start with a dedicated audience, and they say, okay, we are reasonably confident that this number of people, that these types of people are going to be interested in this type of content. So we're going to serve it to them. And then they say, oh, the engagement in that group of people was positive, and there was a lot of people that were liking and engaging with that post. We're going to serve it to a bigger audience of people, and we see how that does. And then that post actually does really well within this bigger audience, and this audience is still very relevant, but not as relevant. And so now they serve it to an even bigger audience, and so on. Okay, so understand that that's how social media platforms work, and then we can keep going. Okay, so now in the most dedicated audience, you will feel really good about the work that you're doing because it will be pretty enormously positive. Okay, and now as we get out to this bigger group, and this is going to be, you know, between like 200,000 and 500,000 impressions. Now we are in this place where everything is still mostly positive. Okay. And that's good. Also, you're starting to get some disbelievers or kind of trolls or types of people. Some people disagree, right? Like probably like 20 to 30%. But the comments are still like enormously positive, okay? And then we go to here, and at this point, the social media platform has said people are both the people that we, because like at this level of impressions, we're beyond a dedicated audience, and the social media platform is able to successfully say, okay, we have like really tested this, and not only do the people who are engaging with it that what we were thought would engage with it or engage with it, but also other people who we thought would be less interested or engaging with it. So we're going to serve you to a lot of people, and now we're going to go to 500,000 to like 1 million, right? And here is where you'll start to see something happen that is very interesting. And that is like pretty much every insane, deranged person and unqualified person will be in your DMs at this point. And you will get flamed at a high level for anything, no matter how ironclad your take is. And then at this point, you also reach the general the GP, which are brainlets. And so this is where you really start to get trolled super hard. And I think personally, although I've seen it in many ad campaigns, I was not ready for the degree of the lack of sophistication that came out of that came into my DMs and the like actual so something interesting starts happening at this next level, which we'll get to. I guess I'll explain here. Okay, where now this is like at anywhere between, I'd say 1 million to like, 15 million plus. Like, we're going crazy here. At this point, this is like media attention. So you're seeing like articles being written at this point now about like the Sertor wrote an article, right, about like my thing and things like that. Media attention, other influencers pick it up, react, which just makes it bigger and stuff like that. And to some extent, this can also happen in this category too over here. And this is like the like prepare to get trolled. Like, it's so hard, okay? And another thing that comes along at this level, which I haven't seen in a long time, is grifters. People that make a living off of discussing controversy and attacking other people. And this is where I want to divert the discussion and talk about something that I've realized about grifters that's really important. And if you ever get here, I hope that what I'm about to say will be of service. Okay? And that is that I have come to the understanding, and I think this is going to be one of the best decisions of my life, that as a result of being here, okay, that arrow wants to stay there. Trying to figure out how to word this the best way possible. If your brand is to be an expert on something, or you have an expertise and you're qualified, it is pointless, and I mean like never do it, to engage with anybody who doesn't have expertise, practical knowledge, or actionable knowledge in that subject. So what I've realized is, after I started getting to this level this month, I started reading a lot of comments, and initially, like, the biggest supporters were people that were industry leaders. So people that kind of like saw what I was talking about and were like, okay, this tracks. I may disagree with like certain parts of it, but overall this makes sense. And I understand that this is coming from like an informed place. But once you get like out here, you're in like a no man's land of actual brainlets and intentional grifters that are trying to get a response from you. Like, getting a response from you is their brand. And so you reach a point where you as an expert are engaging with fools, like literal actual fools. And not only fools, but also people that are intentionally dismantling your arguments with no interest of debating points to any reasonable conclusion. They're actually just trying to troll you. And so I made a categorical decision to, like, if I am going to actually debate a topic or argue a topic with somebody and they disagree with me, I look at their total breadth of experience in the field. And if they don't have any, it's just totally pointless to listen to them. And it's like, everybody deserves to have an opinion. You say? No. There are so many people that don't deserve to have opinions on things. And I think one of the huge problems that we have in today's content creation space is an enormous amount of fools that are commenting on stuff they have no business commenting on. It's like the number one thing that bothers me the most about like the live streaming in the YouTube meta. There's so many people that just suck. They're not qualified. They're giving financial advice. They're giving therapy advice. They're giving business advice, and they have just never done it. Their only line item on their resume or their CV is I was a live streamer and I had like enough of a wild personality that I got out here, and I had enough ego that I could ignore the grifters and the trolls. Because one thing that happens on this chart is like people that can't handle this get killed like right about here. And so if you've ever seen some content creators that you've seen have a couple of like big pop-offs, you go on their YouTube channel and they've got like a few videos that have done like these kind of numbers, and then they pull back, right? And they go back to here. What's happening is they couldn't handle the gatekeepers out here because like they either got these people are actually agents of the immune system. They're agents of the matrix, literally. They come out and their goal is to knock you back down. And if you listen to them, you'll believe that you're actually shit, and you will stop creating, you'll stop making stuff because you'll believe that like you didn't deserve to be here. But you do, like all of you deserve to be here, but like they'll make you think that you don't. And some people never even get off of this, get out of here, because the things that are holding them down are like their parents or like society or their own demons or whatever. Regardless, like there are gatekeepers at every level, and they get worse the higher you go up, to the point where major business people are getting attacked by governments, entire governments, and people like that are trying to, like SpaceX right now getting attacked by agencies trying to make them do studies on steels and stuff so that they can launch their rockets. Like crazy stuff starts happening out here. It gets nuts, and you have to have a lot of resiliency to deal with it. But regardless, this is where I'm currently at, is like if I'm going to have a serious marketing discussion with somebody or a serious business discussion, because I'm positioning myself as an expert, like on my field of marketing and the work that I'm doing, I'm positioning myself as an expert. You may agree or disagree that I'm an expert, doesn't matter, but here I am, right? For anybody that is not doing this, that isn't in the game, their opinion is completely worth zero to me. Like actually less than zero. There's like the dirt, and then there's the worms in the dirt, and then there's the mole men that live under the earth, and then somewhere below the mole men is like that opinion. That's where I'm at. I think that's a super healthy place to be. So it's just it's really interesting. I don't think you can survive out here without that mindset. And I know that over the course of the next few months, if I'm going to go back in this direction, that's the proper mindset to have. Because this stuff will start happening on YouTube, it'll start happening in other places and things like that. It's the PvP zone. Oh, is that actually Nick? Oh my god, that's the real Nick. Oh my god, how you doing? Wow, what's up, dude? Jeez, thanks for a sub. Very, speaking of very respected people. Good to see you, man. Press the button at the very top to target the large gray bar on the left. This one? Which one? Oh, neat. Thank you. I think it's important to talk about what'll happen out here. And the best way to view it is like, let's say that between every one of these arrows, there's like a gate. Like, I want you to imagine like a literal gate. We'll draw them, okay? At every one of these levels is like an actual gate. And it's like a barrier that exists. And at this barrier, it's populated by enemies, like in a video game level. And each one of them is going to have different features and different abilities. This is like literally the best way I can explain this, okay? Like at this level, when you get like a few trolls, their abilities might be stuff like this is like, I feel like, okay, below like the, and because there's gates before you even get started on something. And now we're not even just getting into content creation. We're just getting into life, okay? This is stuff like your parents being like, oh, you can't do it. You don't need to do that. You're already fine. Right? It's like stuff like that mindset type of thing. And that's like the first gate. And that's like, this one is a tough gate because it's like your friends and family a lot of the time, right? And then out here, when you start like gaining impressions and stuff like that, it's like mostly agreeing. And then like some people will intellectually disagree with you. And that's enough to knock some people out. Where they're like, you know, but actually like this is like the most valuable tier. And like you want it, like if you're going to take your feedback, you want to take your feedback here because like, so like, let's say that something like, so Nick just came into the chat, right? I'm going to use him as an example here. Okay. So let's say that Nick reads my post on Twitter. And let's say that Nick agrees with like, you know, 60% of it, but he has some insight into it where he says like, okay, so like, this is a really good post. Like, glad you made it. Because listen, all of the people that are actually successful in life are happy that you're on your game and that you're making stuff. So everybody that isn't like a total loser is just happy that you're making stuff, actually. And so just the fact that, because they know how hard it is. So like just the fact that this was put into the world, professionals will be like, good job. Like you put some thought into something, you put some energy into something. I understand how hard that is. That's good, right? They might disagree with it, but they're glad it's there. So someone like Nick might come in at this gate and he'll be like, yo, I agree with about, you know, 60% of this, but here's 40% that you might not have considered. Now, Nick is an industry expert, worked at Twitch, has a ton of experience in esports, worked at CLG, right? Like enormously valuable input. You take that 40% and you listen very closely. So like that, this is where I'm saying like a lot of you or a lot of people are getting their feedback out in these gates over here. And really, you should be looking right here at the beginning when like the people that are actually really the performers and the movers and shakers are commenting on your stuff. And that's where you start listening. Okay. So then everything after this tier is not valuable. So I think like after this tier, when you start getting like the real disagreeers at this gate, these guys will be tough. Like this will be stuff like you get your first trolls. People won't listen to your to your like your post or your content or like your thing, and they'll make up something to attack. Like a big one at this tier for me was people saying like, "Oh, you made a bunch of predictions that didn't become true," as if that invalidates the efficacy of my current statement. First of all, the stuff that I did predict did become true, but they're saying it didn't, right? And they're straw manning, so they're meaning to like lead you off the path to get you to fight on those points. And this is like probably the most dangerous gate because it's the easiest place to start getting trapped with like the general public that's trying to pull you into discussions and pull you into stuff that isn't relevant to what you're trying to do. Really, what you should do is you should take the feedback at this tier and you should ignore everything north of it. Everything. I mean, like literally, as like in your brain, as soon as you are done creating, like you cut it right here and you never pay attention to any of these things again. You don't read a single thing. I'm not kidding. Nothing past this is helpful. Nothing. Because once you get out here, you're literally just dealing with, I won't listen to you because you look fat. Okay? Or you're 5'4", bro. Your opinion doesn't matter. It's like all just like ad hom, like crazy shit. It's like like this stuff is actually just the like whatever personal attack they can make on you or anything is gonna be here at this tier. And so yes, these two things are both quotes from this tier in my last post. these are both things. I was called 5'4". Yeah, I'm not 5'4", and also I looked fat, even though my post was a text post. My post was entirely text with no images, but I guess my profile picture looked fat, and so I'm disqualified from having an opinion. Anyway, you will get knocked down very hard out here, and it'll be real tough. And so the best advice I have is like, just do not engage with anybody past this tier. And I think that I successfully did that. And I guess the thing that surprised me with the last post that I did, I successfully did it. The thing that really surprised me was how good grifters are. You shouldn't underestimate the grifters. The people that come after you, that are going to intentionally troll you, they're impressive, and they're really good at getting reactions. They'll like, and that's why I said this is like the most important gate to pay attention to, and I think this is the gate that the content creators have the hardest trouble crossing, because you'll get mired up, you'll get mucked up in this. It's literally that quote. A fool drags you down to their level and beats you with experience. That actually happens like at a crazy level over here. And people started saying things that I had like a visceral reaction to, where they would say something like, they'd say some like stat or something that I know professionally is not true. Right? Like that like I can annihilate that stat instantly with data, but they don't care about the data. They're making something up. They'll say something like, "Oh, well, Kick absorbed." This is like a good example. They'll say something like, "Kick absorbed a huge percentage of Twitch's audience." That invalidates your whole argument because Kick was able to do it, and so that therefore, like, Twitch doesn't have to worry about brand safety. They'll say something like that, right? And you'll be like, wait, what? Because and you'll easily be able to refute something like that if you have any sort of data whatsoever, because you'll be like, wait, Kick makes no money. Like, they're totally unprofitable, right? They're being propped up by a gambling website and so on, right? But you can't respond. If you respond, then the grifters will use that to keep making their side of it bigger and bigger, because the way that grifters work is that they take little chunks out of you. They're parasites. So they will come into your sphere, and they'll take a little munch over here, and they'll grab this attention. And if you're not careful, they'll keep munching, and all of a sudden your content won't even be relevant anymore, because this entire section will just be taken up by grifters. And the grifters will have successfully absorbed all of that attention. It's really important to understand how they work. The only thing you can do is not engage. Like, the only winning play is not to win, is not to play. Like, you can't play at all. And like, it actually doesn't matter if you beat them down and if you win. Because if you beat down a grifter, what'll happen is they'll just continue making content about you. And I can't, like, the funny thing is, like, even really successful content creators get hit by grifters like crazy bad. Charlie, right, Moist Critical, has been hit by grifters in the past crazy bad, and it's like his entire YouTube channel has gone down this like rabbit hole for a little while, and like he always brings it back, and so he can always be back out here because he doesn't do it that often. But like, these people will destroy you if you let them. They'll take they don't create their own attention. And this is how you identify a grifter. You go, okay, are you creating your own attention through the work you're doing, or are you only reacting to attention that other people are creating from the work they're doing. So like, this is like a super valuable thing. I hope like people are getting something out of this. If you look at this post, okay, this is work that I created. I wrote all this. I like thought about it. It's my energy. And then everybody else that's reacting to it is reacting to it using this piece of content to like platform off their own opinions or things like that. That's fine, right? Like not everything I do is original work. A lot of stuff that I do is also responding to videos and things like that. Everybody does it totally fine. But outside of my own sphere, outside of my own creation, there is like less value than the original creator. And so the way to identify a grifter is a person who is coming in with like a super negative take, and they are only attempting to, they've done none of the work themselves, and they're only attempting to like absorb this part of the audience. And the more you engage with them, the more that they push back because they have no interest in a discussion. And there are big channels dedicated to this. like there are big people. So a long time back, this isn't my first rodeo doing this. And when I was giving a lot of takes in like 2018 to 2019 after CLG, when I started streaming for a little while before I started getting into business and I took like a 3-year break, I started getting attacked by people like Keemstar who were coming on Twitter and they would just have some nuclear take about me and be like, this guy's a con artist, this guy's a scammer, this guy is like whatever, right? And like they just saying I'm a con artist. That's like there's a narrative out there that I'm like a con artist. It's crazy because like I think like morally and ethically I'm one of the like most upstanding citizens as far as business goes. Like I try to never sell anything to customers, to viewers. I keep all my business B2B with brands so that I'm not taking a ton of money from people. I don't accept I don't accept a ton of different levels of support. I don't sell courses. Like there's so much stuff, right? And so people calling me out like as like a con artist or whatever, they're trying to get at me because they know that I have a lot of importance, a lot of self-importance built on having a high ethical framework. And so they know they can attack me on that level. And so I never engaged. I never responded a single time, and he just went away, right? Like he jumped in. He jumped into to a bunch of tweets, started like nuclear level takes, just like attacking me ad hominems, things like that, and attacking me in a place where I would feel vulnerable and I would feel like I would want to respond. And I was able to step back and just be like, okay, I know what this is, and I didn't engage. And if I had engaged, right, it would have just been a bigger and bigger and bigger thing until I was knocked back over here because I just got beaten down with experience. And I think that this is a mistake very often that people make out here. They get out here and they get it, some true grifters, and then they just spend their entire time descending into engaging with those grifters and creating content about those grifters and things like that. And I think I think what happens is the real value that you create, and here's probably the most important thing I'm going to say, the real value that you create is your own work. Like this right here is the value that I create. So all of the engagement that I spend, all the time out here that I spend after this doesn't matter. It's negative because what I should be doing is I should be going back and creating more stuff like this. And what happens with grifters and what happens with negative people and trolls is they knock you back down to here because you just spend all of your time focusing over here. Your mental gets absorbed by them. By the way, don't underestimate your mental space too. I'm not just talking about your time. Actually, I'm primarily not just talking about your time. I'm talking about your mental space, your mental palace, your mental battlefield is like competed with every single day for distractions, for negativity, and everything like that. Grifters are super good at pushing you into a battle you don't even want to be in. Mentally, you're donating a lot of your time and your space to thinking about these people, and now you're not donating your time to creating, which is why people were really originally supporting you. So the lesson here is you take this feedback and this feedback as gospel. You say, okay, this stuff is great. People are supporting me within my core audience, right? If people in my core audience, people that are here every day watching this live stream and things like that, are like, hey, this is like kind of different. I'm not sure I agree with this. I listen very closely. But if a person out here that has no expertise, has no opinion, don't care. Not whatsoever. I think it's hard for people to differentiate this. But if you get it right, if you get it right, you have the perfect balance of making stuff that's meaningful, getting feedback for it, but not taking it too personally when you start getting out here with these people. And remember that this is not a hard and fast rule. These grifters and these people, they float around. They don't care how many impressions you have. So occasionally, sometimes, you might get one of these grifters that's like, oh, interesting. I want to chew on some prey that is a little bit weaker, and they'll go all the way over here, and you'll pop up with your tweet with 50 views, and somebody will be like, fat, and you'll be like, whoa, oh my god, I can't deal with this, right? And so like, just be prepared. Like at every level, they're here, and like you'll meet the most of them out here, but they're around, man. They're everywhere. And so you have to really be able to guard against this. You have to be able to be aware of like when you're in this sphere and you're dealing with somebody like this, and when you're in here and you're actually dealing with people that are credible. And I think that's my TED Talk on this, and what I've learned over 1 million impressions plus, and having some big stuff go viral this month. Polaritude. The worst sort of trolls can piss you off and push you in a headspace where you end up snapping at them and ignoring other people you ought to engage. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, right? I totally agree. The worst types of trolls are people that pull you out of your core competency, the beautiful content or the beautiful thing that you're doing. And then they pull you into their realm and you stop creating, you stop making, because you're in a fight mentally and with them that you never even anticipated being in. Farming a little engagement from grifters can be a great boost. No, it's not. Don't ever do it. Trust me, that's bad advice. If you understand everything that I just said, you understand why. Never engage. Don't farm engagement. Okay, because let's say that you do. Let's say that you do and you gain an audience, okay? So let's say that I successfully beat a grifter at this level, and now my circle looks like this. It has a hat on it. I've gained some people, okay? I've gained the followers of that grifter. Are those the type of people that you want in your community? So many people have died trying that. Many men have died trying to take that hill, because what ends up happening is their community gets saturated with complete brainlets. Okay, so there are streamers on Twitch that tried to appeal to the lowest common denominator, and their communities exploded. You guys will be able to name people like this, where their communities imploded because of the negativity, and because when that content creator tried to do anything different than drama content, they died. That's the danger of engaging with grifters. I mean it when I say not even once. Not even once, chat, okay? It isn't even, it's like, you need to view that stuff like drinking arsenic. Like, it's not, never ever engage with grifters. Not even a single time. It's bad. No, I can't even equate it to taking, to heroin, because at least heroin reportedly, makes you feel good for like 10 seconds. It's horrible to do. You should never do it. But engaging with grifters is actually just a complete net negative. There's nothing good about it. It makes you feel terrible and it hurts you. You don't want those people. You don't want those people. Which is a whole nother reason why, like, if you're out here, right? it doesn't matter what these people think because you don't want these people to become your audience anyway. It's amazing how much people underestimate how easily and mentally healthy it is to just actually stop engaging. It's so good. Yeah. Thank you, Died SJ. That's a super nice comment, man. One sec. I'm gonna get some more water. I have my water in the other room. Ugh. Devin needs a maid? I have maids, dude. What do you mean? You can't even see my setup. I'm in space. Wait, really?
Dr. Kim.
You know you shouldn't be reading that stuff.
I know.
All right, have a seat.
All right.
Okay, so what's on your mind today? Seems like you've been really busy since the last time I saw you.
Yeah, you know.
Is that actually Kim Kardashian? I don't know what she looks like.
Doing my thing.
There's no way, right?
You know.
All right, I see you had a little riot in New York City,
Yeah, that was bad.
but you built a school in Nigeria.
They built a school in Nigeria.
You blew up your own house.
Never doing that again.
Started your own basketball league.
I was cooking them
You
little niggas.
lived in a prison that you built.
Yep.
You streamed with John Cena.
That was awesome.
And what's this? Mafia-thon? Mafia-thon? What's that?
What's Mafia-thon? What's Mafia-thon? I streamed for 30 days straight, 24 hours every single day.
Okay.
What's the Mafia-thon? They watch me eat, sleep, shower on cam the whole entire time.
It doesn't sound healthy.
Literally got attacked by a canine unit in my bedroom. You should have seen the whole thing. It was crazy. And guess what? That's not even the best part. I had a Ferris wheel in front of my goddamn driveway.
Sit down.
All right.
Why don't you close your eyes
Okay.
and take a deep breath in.
Oh, he was. Fuck! Oh, shit. I'm number 2. Oh, God damn it. Oh, give me 1 second. I'm gonna
Oh,
make a
it's
call real
just
quick.
because of the sub thing.
Light him up. All right, Dr. Kim, thank you so much for letting me come. I'll be back next month, all right?
Where are you going?
You think they
I gotta
paid
go
her for
handle
this?
all right? I gotta run this shit back.
Kai?
They got the record. Come on, we gotta go. ASAP.
I think so.
Hello?
Maybe not, though. Actually, Kim doesn't do anything for less than like. No, actually, there's no way they paid her. Kim's so expensive. Actually, I know exactly how expensive Kim is. There's no way they paid her. It's a collab for sure. Yeah. When I thought through it, I'm like, Kai Cenat does not have Kim Kardashian type of money for that kind of thing. It's a collab. Her kids are fans? There you go. Yeah. Bro. I feel like everything Kai Cenat does everything that Kai Cenat does is a better version of everything that every other streamer does. Like, just think about how most people announce their subathons and stuff. It'll be something like live. It's like, hey guys, I'm going to be doing like 30 days straight of live streaming. And then everyone's like, oh, cool. And this guy does like a literal Kim Kardashian, like movie style 2-minute thing just to announce this. even eBay, you can't compare eBay and Kai together because eBay does like events like a couple times a year. They're two totally different content creators. It's like comparing Christopher Nolan and Michael Bay. They're two like really capable and important people. I love eBay. Huge respect for the dude, but different content creator. When is your marathon stream? I will never do that. I can barely understand. I can barely stand you fuckers for 4 hours, much less 30 days. Thank God that I don't. I'm not doing it. No way. No way. No way I'm ever going to be that cloud hungry. How do we see who's currently winning? I also consume your content in small doses. Yeah, I think I'm so obnoxious. I couldn't even be here for 30 days. Nobody would watch. What are we gonna do? Do you still follow esports or League of Legends Worlds? I don't, honestly. I don't. Nah, streamers like me are good in small doses. Very dangerous over short distances. Would a small part of you like to be at one point, or do you not? And do you enjoy having a job? Neither of those things are my ideal life. Both full-time content creation or working as an entrepreneur. My ideal life is like super chill, man. Like I just want to like hang out in a Zen temple and meditate. Like it doesn't show through that much on the live stream because people don't like to talk about it. But like business and like finance and marketing stuff is a pretty small part of my life. Like most of my life is like the biggest thing in my life for sure is Zen Buddhism. And then after, like, you know, my family, obviously, and everything like that, like all my personal life shit. But yeah, Zen Buddhism. And then after that, it's like yoga, jujitsu, like physical fitness, shit like that, reading, health stuff. Like I have like a whole thing, but I don't really talk about it. But people don't care about that shit. Are you and Train going to be cooking up some things in the future? No. I doubt it. Thanks, Dylan. Appreciate you, man. That's crazy because business seems important to you, but it's not surprising. It's important to all the people here, so that's what we talk about. Yeah. If I started ranting off about spirituality, everybody would leave. It was fine. I go. I also am a pretty firm believer in like having a life outside of like the problem with this kind of thing is like, okay, this literally is your life full in, right? Like, and I mean, actually literally 30 days, 24/7 is actually literally your life. That's a 12th of your year. And then that's not including like the preparation and things like that and all that stuff. You just have to be a certain kind of person to. I would stick around just to see how culty it is out of curiosity. It would be like 20 viewers and it would be super culty. A lot of small streamers do subathons for nothing. It's one of the worst wastes of time. Already streaming is one of the worst wastes of time if you're not getting content from it for other like channels. And then people will exacerbate that by doing subathons. Yeah. When I see like 100 viewer streamer do a subathon, I'm like, oh, bro, it hurts so bad. It hurts so bad. Would you consider making a second channel on YouTube on spirituality? Do you like that being private? I don't know. The question is like, to what end? Why? There's so many better people you can read about for spirituality. People need to treat their streams like live recording sessions for YouTube. Word. I couldn't find your interview with Moist Critical. Do you know where it is? For some reason, I don't know why it's not on YouTube. I think I'd have to go through and I'd find the VOD and maybe re-upload it or something. Because it was a great interview, but yeah, I can't find it either. It's somewhere. All the people that are like 1 to 10,000 viewers that are doing subathons, it's like physically painful to watch it. So for Kai is like doing a subathon means like he's gonna make like probably $4 to $5 million, right? When you calculate all the subs, the sponsorships, and the opportunities and stuff like that, you know, he'll probably, I'd say, but probably let's say 2 to 4 million off of one subathon. But what bothers me about smaller streamers, they're like, I need to make more money, so this is like the really sad thing about streaming for like content creators. Are like even like content creators like up to like 5,000 viewers. Let's say that I'm going to stream more. Well, how am I going to monetize? I'm making money off you, right? My viewers. So if I stream more and subathon more, I'm just pulling more money from the community, which has always felt a little bit wrong to me. It's like, oh yeah, this dude in chat just kind of said it really well. Penguin. Subathon is kind of like give a money-a-thon, and it feels off-putting. I'm surprised they're so effective. Yeah, I guess that's like kind of what I'm trying to say. Is like a subathon feels bad because it's like, oh, I'm gonna be like available, like give me as much money, like sub to me as much as possible. And I've always never liked the idea of taking money directly from viewers. At least taking money directly from viewers and not having anything in exchange. Pay my rent-a-thon. Yeah, dude. Exactly. Pay my rent-a-thon. Holy, that's so funny. Will Twitch have enough ads? Yeah, of course. What do you mean? It's like it's Q4. Fill rates are crazy in Q4. Kai Sanat bots like crazy. He does not bot at all. They're all real viewers. Kai Sanat's viewer to fake person ratio is like way less than even like vastly lower streams. Shroud's a good streamer, Hitch. Like Shroud's like an actual good streamer. I've been watching a lot of Shroud's Throne and Liberty stuff. What do you think of Ludwig's strat of putting all content on the main YouTube channel versus J-Slat's strat of having multiple channels each dedicated to a specific type of content? Ludwig, Ludwig has a strategy, and Jay Schlatt has a strategy. They both work fine. You can post a lot of content. You can post a little content. Like, it just all comes down to, like, does your viewer want to watch your video? Did you quit Throne and Liberty? Yeah, I definitely did. I quit Throne and Liberty at like level 44 or something in the MSQ. I don't know. It's kind of a hot take, but I'm so sick of Korean MMOs. I just like I hate the whole style of it. It's a bastardization of like what made MMOs good. Play a long fucking boring quest that nobody cares about with some weird fucking lore that doesn't make any sense. The game constantly infantilizes you by introducing tons of mechanics that you don't care about. And then it leads you into an end game that is designed from the ground up to funnel you to buy currency for power. I just can't be fucked, man. I just, I'm like, I'm such a boring gamer right now. Like, the only games I play are like Dyson Sphere Program and like Factorio. I don't think I'm gonna play Path of Exile 2. I will play Satisfactory. It's on the list. But yeah, those types of games. When I started to understand how Throne and Liberty worked with the Lucent system, I was like, okay, well, like, and for me, like, this happened to me with EVE Online, where it's like, I will pay to win. Like, that's the problem, right? Like, I am that demographic. So, like, if I'm gonna, if I come up on Throne and Liberty, and they're like, oh yeah, you know, to get to like combat power 3000, like, you've got to put in a couple $100, like, easy, right? Because I'll always evaluate the time that it takes to grind against my personal time. And at some point, I'll literally just hire like a VA to level or grind for me if it's cheaper. So I'd rather just play games without those systems, because I don't like systems where I can be advantaged to play. Bro, you're crazy? It's not crazy. Why is it crazy? If I can, okay, if I think about what I can do at Novo or here or making like a video or something, and a VA will do that shit for like fucking $15, bro, like the quests in, oh my God, the quests in Korean MMOs are so brain dead. It's like, I'm a gnome, follow me around, hoo-hoo-hoo, go fly over this mountain. Oh, yep, you need to get a level. If you don't get a level, you can't get this mechanic. The cool mechanic of the PvP you want to do is behind the gnome. Follow the gnome for 30 minutes. I'm going to hire a Filipino person to do that shit. Fuck that. Are you serious? I want a PvP. Get me out of here. So stupid. So, like, I would much rather do the, I would much rather do, like, a system like that and then get to the end game and then be able to play like the stuff that's fun that I want to do myself. Why play it all? Because all of the fun mechanics are at the end. So like a game like Throne and Liberty, right? Like it's forcing you painstakingly to go through this obnoxious MSQ. There's like, it's something about like a wizard that time travels that's mad that there was another wizard and he's like trying to convince the other wizard to not do something. And there's ghosts involved, and then there's like tiny cute things made of stitches. I can't. People are like, why play it all? Just go through that stuff, and then let me do PvP, and let me do gameplay that I want to do that's fun. But since the game is built from the ground up that way, it's like, oh, dude, I just can't be fucked. I'm not going to do it at all. Exactly. Mendrax gets it. He says, that's me with WoW. Tokens are $27, which is about 250 gold. So if I can't farm more than that in an hour, it's a waste of my time and I'm buying tokens. Yeah, it forces you into that kind of system. So I'd rather just have games that don't have those mechanics in them so that I can play like so that I can like play a game legitimately from the ground up. That's like, okay, what I'm trying to tell you guys is games that are rewarding from the top down are broken as fuck. So like if a game rewards you for getting to level 50, but everything before that is obnoxious, and most of the gameplay around the reward system, which is Throne and Liberty's problem, is obnoxious, where it's like, okay, in order to actually get to the PvP you want to do and keep competitive, you've got to do the same routine quests. You've got to do the same stuff over and over again. You've got to be in these. You literally have a job. Throne and Liberty is an actual job where you have to show up at specific times to kill specific monsters to get specific loot. Or I can just go on the auction house and toss a few $100 at that and get the fuck back to whatever else I want to do. So, like, what option am I going to choose? It's like, oh, like, what's the point of even playing the game? I don't want to show up at, like, 1 a.m. for the stone golem encounter that I did 60 times the last week, right? Like, I know what my time is worth, and I'm not going to do it. Like, I want to play games that are rewarding from, like, I don't know, what's so good about a game like Dyson Sphere Program, which I'm playing through right now. From the second that you enter the game is not infantizing you and is rewarding you. You have more to do, but it's like the progression is up to you. Yeah, I played Guild Wars 2 a lot. I played every MMO. At least in PoE, I could no life if I want to, and TNL locks you out. Well, like, Path of Exile 1, right, is a game that infinitely rewards you for time in, and, like, the equivalent, my problem with, like, Throne of Liberty is, like, let's take the Path of Exile model. Let's say in Path of Exile 2, or Path of Exile 1, sorry, like, all of the mechanics exist the way that they exist, right? But there's also an auction house where you can spend real currency for golden oil and for, like, rare unique items and such, right? It would completely break the game because, like, you would go on that auction house, buy 2 golden oils instead of farming them or farming the currency that's worth it to go get them. And you progress your entire character that way. And that is Throne and Liberty's problem. Throne and Liberty's problem is that you just progress your entire character via Lucent. So there's never any reason to engage with the core game if you can pay. Can you explain how you manage to fit gaming into your schedule while managing your agency and content stuff? I don't waste time. I'm really, really crazy and anal about my time. I don't. I do a lot of stuff that I don't. I see a lot of stuff. I do a lot of stuff that a lot of other business people don't do. I don't take phone meetings ever. Basically, like getting on the phone with me is like amazing. I don't take anything that's not like guaranteed to be a sale or like a discussion that's like really beneficial. If I do take a meeting, it's like 15 minutes max. And then when I'm offline, I don't waste time. So, like, I schedule really well, I work really hard, and then I just turn off completely, and I play video games. I think a lot of people live in, like, the halfway house. We call it the Shadow Realm, where you're kind of just sort of working, and you're kind of just, like, sort of playing games, but you're not really doing something. And I think you shouldn't underestimate how much you can get done if you are actually focused. If you like, are really serious about your work, I want to get through it. I want to, like, go as hard as I can, and then I want to go enjoy games, because that's what I really love doing. Does not wasting time ever stress you out? I always get to the point where if I'm relaxing, I'm wasting time, and it stresses me out. No, like, dude, living in halfway houses stresses me out. The most stressful thing for me is like that feeling of, oh, I should be working, but I'm browsing Twitter. Oh, I should be like playing games because that's what I really enjoy doing. But I'm gonna be, but I'm like watching social media. That's death for me. I hate that feeling. I try to stay out of that halfway. That Shadow Realm is like death for me. That's where I get like a ton of anxiety. If I feel like I should be working and I'm like consuming social media or doing something that I know is useless for me, I'm like, fuck this, and I'm out like so fast. When I feel like I'm getting shit done, it feels great. And when I feel like I'm playing video games, it feels great because I'm rewarding myself for like getting shit done. You'll never feel bad about playing video games if you get real good work done during the day for a certain percentage of it. And not even like a lot. Like if I get like 4 to 6 hours of like truly good work done in a day, I'm good. I feel great. Plus my physical stuff, like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, Twitter is really hard. Twitter's great. Like, why do people hate you on LSF? Someone is trying to put clips on you. They straight up flame you. Is it hate through some association with Destiny? I'm like the personification of everything Reddit hates. You have to understand there's like 2 reasons why people hate like other people. Either they're maladapted adults, meaning that like they either never grew up from being children, or they are angry at the world, or they're projecting, meaning that they see your success in your game and that makes them angry that they know that they're not being as capable as they can be. And Reddit is the personification of the second thing. They're also maladapted children in most cases, but the projection comes in because they're looking at someone like me. I am the person that they wish they were. I did it, right? I play video games, but I also built a successful business. I really love my life. I built value in an economy. I beat my fear. I got there. I'm still working. I'm still like working at it. I'm still trying to be a better person, but I've done it, right? And so they personify me as like the evil CEO, the evil overlord, whatever the narrative is. But the reality is that's the game they wanted to play. They wanted to get a family. They wanted to get like, well, I can't talk about all that stuff. They wanted to have really good personal lives. They wanted to like be wealthy. And they also still wanted to play video games and like incorporate that into their life successfully, but they never managed to do that. They're just lazy on Reddit all day posting about shit and they hate themselves. And so they look at people that have made it and be successful and they want to tear those people down. I'm not threatened by those people. Those people are true losers. I'm not shitting on Reddit. I'm shitting on LSF specifically. There are some good subreddits. That's not one of them. I have 600,000 karma on Reddit, and I started posting a year ago. I'm 5 years away from paying off my house, have a good job, wife of 14 years, and 2 kids. I guarantee you don't shitpost consistently on LSF. I promise you don't. You're probably contributing at some level with Reddits that bring you value. You're not gooning on OnlyFans girls and making fun of people in LSF. If you're well adjusted, if you're well adjusted like that. Yep. Is Twitter the go-to for written content if you don't have an audience? Twitter, LinkedIn, and YouTube community posts are doing really well. Yeah. And Substack. There's no reason not to syndicate your writing to like multiple different places, which is one of the reasons why I think writing is so powerful as a medium. LinkedIn content is good. Well, the content is not good, but like posting on there is good. You get a lot of reactions from like really professional people. Is Twitter good though if you don't already have an audience? I think Twitter might actually be one of the best platforms for not having an audience that there is right now. I think it's YouTube and Twitter are the two. YouTube's actually crazy right now. Like you can like on YouTube, you will always get so like here, I just pulled up my YouTube and take a look at this. This is a brand account. 244 views 1 day ago, 199 views. So every time you pull up your YouTube on no matter like what account it is, I'll switch an account. Your recommended will pull up like 2 or 3 people that just don't have any, like have like literally no following. It's actually crazy. Everyone has something to say. Your subs only see community posts on YouTube. Your subs mostly see them. It's a really good way to engage with your subs, but actually a small percentage of people that are not subscribers do see them also. Oh, is there TTS? Okay.
Alright, I'll do a cosplay of one. Hey, how are you doing? I think you could use some channel art and emotes to boost your viewers, followers, and subscribers. My Discord is dumbass number 3894. And the profile picture is a 20-some-year-old woman.
What's wrong with that? Are you saying that these people scam are like trying to get sales from small streamers? That's whatever. I don't know. I don't care about that. You can TTS for 2,500 channel points, and it kind of guarantees that I'll respond. So it's nice. Nobody uses it though. I want to go to the the fake girl as a sales rep. Tale as old as time. Okay, I want to go. Someday we have to catch up with stream submissions. We have to. Oh my god. Oh.
Every time I watch one of your videos I learn a lot, even though none of the content really pertains to me. I just thought I'd say thank you for what you do. Iron Mouse clap.
Thanks. If an average streamer with 100 viewers streamed every day for 8 hours, 20 days a month, how much do you think they would expect to make off ads? Okay, we finally got there. Oh, it's too hard to tell Okay, off ads is easy, but like the problem is that you might have like an 100 viewer streamer who's like somebody like me, just like a fat nerd, and nobody's ever gonna donate to them. Like literally no one donates to this channel, right? Or you could have like a really cute girl that's 100 viewers that's like actually making thousands of dollars a month on 100 viewers. Both exist, right? You should. I should also VIP here. I don't know why you're not VIP'd here. Oh, that didn't work. What the fuck? Hold on. I watch your Patreon all the time. My girlfriend always said it's like sitting in university lectures, only I paid $5. She has 20K debt. Yeah. Did that? Okay, there it goes. Okay, so you're saying, what's the lower bound and upper bound? Okay. It would be about $5 to $7 in ads per day at that rate with 100 viewers, 8 hours. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe like $10 or $12. I'd say $7 to $10. So you take that delta. It's like $8 for ads. You go to 30 days. So you have $240 off ads a month. About that, assuming average CPMs be a little bit variable, a little bit higher in fourth quarter, a little bit lower in first quarter. And so you got 240, and then you do subs. So 100 viewers. Typical sub conversion is 3 to 5%. Let's say since we're using the lower bound, we're doing 3%. So it's like 3 subscribers, 100 churn, it's 3 times. So you probably end up with about like 40 to 50 subs. So we'll say like 40 at the current. Not all of them are going to be North Americans. So we'll use like the average, which is $4.99. So that's going to be like $199. And then off of donations, like on the lower end, it's actually going to be like close to zero. But we could just put in like, let's say like $50 to $100 a month. It's pretty reliable. So at the lower end, it's going to be like $500, like $539 around there. And then at the higher end, you're still making the same amount of money off of ads. No change there. And then at with subs, though, it's going to be really different because higher end conversions are like closer to like 8 to 10% of audience. So let's say it's like 9. Let's say it's like 10. Well, we want to use best case, right? So 10% of audience is 10 subs per 100 times. So you're gonna end up at like probably closer to like 250 to 300 subs. Let's say 300 subs. Again, using the average, it's going to get you like 1497 in subs. Yeah, that feels right. And then off of donations, that can be like, that's like super, super hard to, like, I've seen 100 viewer streamers have like, I on the upper end, I've seen 100 viewer streamers have 900 subs, like 900 to 1,000 subs. There's a lot of gifted subs as well. So donations, I'm just going to say that could be anywhere between like $3,000 to $5,000 a month is like the high level that I'm seeing. So like 4,000. So it's feasible that a person that's 100 viewers that's making like that has like a really engaged community is making like 5 to 6K a month, or even more. If they have like super oilers, they can make like 8 to 10K. That's the answer. So at the high end, they could make like 6K a month, and at the low end, they're making about 1,400. Sorry, at the low end, they're making about $500 a month. Yeah, so that's right. 6,000 high end, 500 low end. Sorry, it took a long time because I had to do all the math. Yeah. Is this daily or monthly? Monthly. It's monthly. Sorry. So basically what I'm trying to be asked is how much is a lost viewer worth that could never sign up per day because they couldn't register? How much harm would you have done? That's a lot. It's a lot. Because a potential viewer contributes ad revenue, but also has disposable income to potentially sub. And if they're going to be like a power user and they're going to watch a lot, which the average Twitch user watches 120 minutes a day, right? Is the average oh fuck. You have one average viewer. Average viewer watches 120 minutes a day. Average viewer subscribes to, I think it's 3 to 5 channels that operates at like that's a typical power user of Twitch. So if they're paying, and a CPM is on average like $3 to $5. So you divide that by 1,000, you get the rate that they're contributing to ads, right? It's like, so a viewer's like putting like 3 cents in per ad. There's like a bunch of ads per hour. They're worth like roughly 30 cents for each session for ads. And then if they're subscribing to 3 to 5 channels, Twitch has the highest watched user amount per day. The people spend more time on Twitch platform than they spend anywhere else. I think YouTube's coming close though. It's like 30 cents each session for ads, maybe a little bit more. And then for subscribers, you have to calculate what's coming into Twitch. I don't do content creation, but wasn't CPM like $10? Used to be higher on Twitch. The ads sell pretty low these days. Okay, and then let's say you do like 5 subscribers, and you pay an average of $4.99 for those subscribers to Twitch. So where they're really losing money is on the potential subs, which is $24.95 per user, assuming 5 subscriptions. Which you can't assume that for every user, but that's the average, right? And then, so the total is, somewhere around $25 lost per month. Or sorry, per session. Oh, no. Hold on. Fuck. 30 cents. So that's $9 per month. Or 9. Plus $24. So it's actually 25 plus 9. It's $34 a month. That's the answer. We did it. It's hard. It's $35 a month, $34 a month on average. That's the answer. So per day, per user, you lose like, assuming a 30-day month, you lose $1, $1.1. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. That's a lot. Yeah, what's the sub price out of Israel? It's less, right? Because is Israel a tier 2 country for advertising? Oh, it's tier 3. Oh, fuck. I didn't know that. Really? Why is it tier 3? Oh, no, it's tier 2. That was right. Yeah, it's tier 2. So this is assuming like an international average. So it would be a little bit lower for Israel because you wouldn't be paying $4.99 for subs. You'd be paying $2.50. Is that Twitch's tier 2 pricing? Are users that sub to that many channels watching channels that are serving ads? It doesn't matter because even if you get served an ad as a subscriber, it still counts as a viewer of that ad. Don't tell the brands that, but that's actually what's happening. Israel is like one of 7 countries not listed in the Twitch region pricing page. Really? No shot. I guess at this point, I'm not surprised. North Korea's on here. Israel. None found. Interesting. Didn't I look up the stats? I think I looked up on our data that there was like something like 90 to 120,000 people watching Twitch out of Israel. It was like a pretty significant number. I think there would probably be more people watching Twitch there than in Herzegovina, which I've literally just heard of this second. I'm sure it's a nice place. They have the fucking Congo. All my Twitch watchers in Uganda, man. Or Senegal. Like, actually. The price USD for United States now for tier 1 countries is so crazy. Like, it takes $7.99 to sub in a tier 1 country. Sounds insane. How much do you think Twitch robbed you of personally over the last year? Oh, it's impossible to calculate. I already gave you numbers that nobody could get. Like, that nobody could do this math but me, I think. As far as like what I've personally been taken from, it's actually impossible to know. I'd have to, or it's so much work I don't want to do it because I have to take a percentage of. Well, does Twitch even report? No, it's actually impossible. Because does Twitch's dashboard even report on people from Israel? If they do everything else they can do to not recognize it. Like, can you even get the analytics of what percentage of your audience is Israeli? I don't think you can. I'll look. Take YouTube numbers and ratio multiply? Yeah, that's a good idea. I guess you could. I don't think Twitch gives how viewers found your stream. 4% of my total viewership, according to Twitch, is from Kamala Harris's Twitch stream. I think that's not true, folks. Yeah, so this is what my views look like. Oh, I don't need Paint. I can just embed directly into here. So, like, this is just not true. It's just not right. So they don't even like put countries like Israel on this list. So there's literally no way to know. If you wanted to make a convincing argument, you would just take this number and you would say, okay, if there are 90,000 people watching from Israel, then they cost Twitch users about $3 million a month if they're not on the website total, because it's the $34 a month average. But the problem with that is that Twitch didn't ban Israel, they just banned new signups. So there were still people from Israel consuming. So it's just a whole mess. You know, very hard to figure out. Very hard to figure out.
Last TTs from EDG was a bit low. Chat can confirm with this one maybe? Test.
Sounds fine. You have to lower EDG's TTSs because they're so brain dead. Nobody wants to listen. Years ago, my Twitch Turbo sub auto-renewed, and I asked for a refund. They refused to issue a refund. Now I just VPN from Portugal, and I get no ads. Does that work? Give it to someone trying to do an MBB interview, and they'll give you a number. That's true, yeah. Because a number is possible. I just don't want to do it. You'd have to go into like you'd have to go into some like crazy stuff. You'd have to go into like Nielsen reports and shit and get the accurate user data. This says 3 hours. What does? Honestly, the best way to estimate potential Israeli users would be to look at similar countries and estimate population. Yeah. There's 13K Turkish viewers, 11K Arab viewers. Israel will probably be around there. Yeah, you're right. Very good. But how do you figure out how many new users there are? The average Twitch stream session went from 10,390 seconds to 11,000 seconds. Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's good data. Even still, if someone started streaming with, what's the chance of them getting 100 in CCV in a year? It's about 1 in 15,000. I calculated that like a couple years ago. Thanks, Trap. Appreciate you, man. I noticed you unlisted your live streams. It's bad for YouTube to keep your live streams up because it sends notifications that people don't want, and it competes with like other stuff that I have up, which I want my long form videos to be the prominent part of my channel. I have a whole YouTube video somewhere calculating the chance of getting to full-time income on a live stream. It's not. How many new Israeli signups per day do you think Twitch now gets? I have no idea. I literally have no idea. You can't ask me. I can't guess, Dan, because I'm an actual authority on this stuff. And if I say I don't know, I don't know. I can't guess. I'm sorry. I can't guess because it takes away from my actual authority to do that, right? Because like I can only speak on topics that I know. It could literally be between 1 and 9 billion. Or it's 1 and the total population of Israel. So the number is, I can confidently say the number is between 1 and 9,900,000. That is where I'm at. On God. How important is a USP versus aligning to current niche trends and viewer expectations? That's like MBA business school stuff that nobody cares about. That's not important at all. Nobody cares. All right, where's my thing? Okay, let's go. Stream submissions. Okay, I'm curious on your take on the future of AI. As a gamer, UGC is going crazy. Wait. Oh, this is an AI game? All right, I'll look at it. I'm not going to give a take on AI in gaming, though. People can't handle it. Last thing, what's the average CPM for... You've said last thing 3 times. Oh, I just want to do other stuff. Okay, I'll DM it to you. I can't tell you on stream. Hmm. What? Sorry. No, man, I'm getting I'm literally getting one guide by Dan. That's what's happening. Okay. All right, I physically can't run my show. It's fine. He's doing something really important. I want to help, so it's good. And it's not like I'm doing anything important either. It's like I'm just fucking sitting here. Charge him the consulting rate? I can't. He's doing God's work. I got it's got to be for free. First ever FPS in-game companion who understands language. All right, I'll bite on this. Tech demo. Uh-oh.
Get ready for
I'm
the
ready.
future of FPS gaming. Arena Breakout Infinite is about to redefine how you interact with your AI companions.
It seems so early for this. Really?
In the past, FPS players could only issue basic commands like attack, defend, or retreat to their AI companions using
Now they can
hotkeys
do
and
your
command
taxes.
wheels. But now, that's about to change. Introducing Fackle, a game-changing ally that comprehends complex instructions, collaborates strategically, and flawlessly executes tasks.
Thoughts on Ashes of Creation? Needs a lot of work.
Lead the way. Copy. Go to the second floor. Copy that.
Bullshit. There's no way you guys believe this. If I told GPT, bro, it's time to rat, it would be like, a rat is a small animal that has like, that's furry with claws that like sometimes eats garbage, and like you could, if you have rats, you can report it to, like, there's no way it's gonna understand time to rat. It's not gonna know that. I'm not ready. I don't think anybody's ready. My take on this is that FPS has no business incorporating AI, and there's very few useful applications for it. I think that AI dialogue is going to be a really important part of like RPGs, side quests, and stuff like that. When we see like a generative AI Skyrim and you can't tell the difference between the quests that you're doing that are brand new, that are generated by AI, versus the quests that you are, like, that's going to be a crazy world. That's and that's not that far out. Like that stuff is like going to happen. I don't know if Bethesda is going to like do it, but like somebody's going to make an RPG that's generative. That's possible today, actually. I just asked ChatGPT what ratting in games means, and it got it pretty right. You're being so disingenuous. Okay? That the input that was in this video was not, hey, it's time to rat, which in video games is, I'm specifically talking about video games, it's time to rat in this video game that we're playing. They literally said, it's time to rat, bro. And then and in response to that, GPT's gonna be like, a rat is a small freak. It's not gonna have that context. Like there's like, what they're trying to sell you in this is that it can contextually pick up on you. And that's not what's happening here. And you're gonna say, oh, you can train an LLM. You don't train LLMs. You know, I train LLMs. We have an LLM that we use that processes 200,000 queries a day, and you can't just like train it time to rat, bro. It's all contextual based on every sentence. So like, and the way I'm not gonna get into how LLM works. Oh shit, I'm violating my fucking rule. I'm violating my rule. Okay. Don't discuss things with people that don't know about it and don't work in it. Okay, we're good. We're good. Let's move on. All right. Okay. All right. Almost got one guy.
Might be super off topic, but a while ago I heard you talk about there being a lack of ritual, for lack of a better word, around coming of age, differentiating from adult and maturing ages in the modern world. I wondered if since then you've put more thought into that and if there's good modern appropriate ways to address that? The idea sat with me a long time, so I wanted to hear if you had any developments there.
Yes. I think that the answer is hard physical challenges. So that all of the you're talking about a really high level spiritual idea, but I got one AI'd. This is a huge divergence of topic, but I'll answer it in short because we're kind of on a different thing right now. I think that all associated ritual that has come up has been associated with some deep physical challenge. So there's more thinking to be done there, for sure. I think Bethesda has 20 years of data on experience on procedural AI generation, and I think they might be a better company to tackle it first.
I typed, it's time to rat, bro, into ChatGPT and it said, haha, nice. What's the latest intel? You're right, 1 million different ways it could take that sentence.
Yeah, because the way that an LLM works is it tries to choose, so it tries to understand your context and then it chooses the best sequential group of words to, single word. So like the way that you can think of the way that an LLM works as a ladder, okay? So like a ladder, if you like want to build a ladder, it chooses the word and it's like, okay, the best word now is the, and then it chooses another word and it goes, the next word is rat, and the next word is climbed, and the next word is up, and so on, right? And it's trying to get the best word based on the context that you've given it and the models and inputs that are, and the weights that are trained on it. And then it forms the ladder based on it. So like an LLM is not thinking, an LLM is not like having like a coherent thought or like coherent reasoning. Even the latest LLMs that are like GPTs like O1, like advanced like models, those ones are not like thinking in sort of a true way. They're just spending more time and more CPU cycles trying to figure out what the best context is. And it can generate like really accurate and impressive results. But an LLM is only as strong as its inputs are. The training doesn't matter. So like like unless you tell it every single time I say it's time to rat bro, then you say, haha, okay, let's go game. Then it will do that. But then what happens if I say, hey, it's time to rat sis, or hey, it's time to rat dog, right? It's a completely different context, but that's why you can't train LLMs in this direction, because again, it like you can weight it, but it just doesn't work that way. Like it just represents a fundamental misunderstanding of LLMs, which is fine. Like people don't use them for that, right? And so it's like totally okay. These are really complicated things, and I wouldn't know fuck all what I'm talking about if I didn't use them for this purpose. But yeah. I just learned more about AI in 1 minute than I had read on all the BS on the internet. Yeah, because I actually fucking working with it. Like that's why. I trained mine to do YouTube descriptions and tags based on the topics I feed it. That's already the best use case I did. Right, but you didn't like train an LM, you see? You did what you did was you provided it enough context that with the weights and the knowledge that it already has, that it can direct you in that way, because it's gone through and it's derived enough data from a library somewhere of like what a good, yeah, it's all context, exactly. It's derived enough data from what a good YouTube description is that it can actually produce one. Yeah. We'll never be able to add true human randomness and contextual perceptions to them. Yeah, I don't think so. This is why people that think that LLMs are AGI are like super off basis. Like it doesn't really follow that an LLM has the capability to be AGI. It will be indistinguishable from AGI in like a couple of generations or like one generation. Like using Chat GPT 5 or 6 will feel like to us that it's a conscious being, because it's so accurate at predicting the context of what we are going to say, and like human beings aren't that difficult to figure out. Like we're very routine based creatures, so AI will get so good that it will know that you want Italian food tonight within like a 99% confidence ratio, right? And it'll be like, hey, I booked an Italian place for you. You probably want to go there with your wife, and you'll be like, holy fuck, this is AGI, but it's not really. What it's doing is it's taking more and more context and more data from you, and it's able to inform itself on an opinion that's almost certainly correct. But it doesn't know it's correct. It doesn't have wisdom into that. It's like if I like look into your eyes and I'm like, you feel like an old soul to me. Right, and I'm like you ever hear anybody say that? Like if I look into your eyes and I'm like you feel like a thoughtful person. AI will never be able to do that. Like in its current iteration, unless we invent some totally different technology. Like an LLM will never be able to do that. It doesn't have the wisdom to infer something. Right, that inference is a human quality. AI can't infer things. It can just derive things from context, but it will feel like you are utilizing AGI. It will feel amazing. It'll be insane. Not asking you to spill, but do you have any contact with the people working at OpenAI? Yeah, of course. We have a literal business relationship with them. I'm running 200,000 queries with them a day. That's why I can talk with authority on this subject, is because I'm doing that. Yeah. What's your opinion on LLMs and the use of piracy for training them? Isn't your industry based on copyright, which violates it? I don't think I'm informed enough on LLMs using training data on copyrighted stuff to make a good assessment of that. That is a really hard legal problem that I don't think I'm intelligent enough to sort out. This is the sales pitch for one of the AI tools for game integration. Okay, cool. Don't we infer things ourselves through subliminal things that we don't pick up consciously? How can AI be trained for that? We do. We infer things through all kinds of mechanisms, including past experience, past memory, things we don't completely understand. like there may be this is going to get super deep into shit, but there may be DNA cues that we get that we don't understand that infer certain things, like warnings, in exactly the same way as like if a cat hears a large sound, it's like fuck, and it like takes off or something like that. There are all kinds of methods of inference that are not contextual. Versus like with LLMs, the method of inference is exclusively contextual. It can't reason, not yet. And even if it could reason, it can only reason on its current understanding. But there are like, we're gonna get into like a weird place where like debatedly, I would debate with like, so this is something like that's my personal opinion. So everything I've said before, just make really clear, is like factually how LLMs work and how humans work. But what I'm about to say here is very anecdotal, so you just take it for whatever you want. I think that there is a lot of context from the spiritual like side of things. Like I think that there can be inference from other things and things that are beyond us that we can get inference from other things like that. Like you can get divine insight, for example. I'm not sure what that is, but like a writer can sit down and they can write a book and they can say something like, it feels like that's not coming from me. It feels like it's coming through me. And that level of inference is like highly spiritual and another thing that machines are not like super capable of doing. But I don't want to make this stream too weird.
Games, the narrative moves forward through players' decisions and interactions with NPCs. Usually these actions are timed or triggered by a player's gameplay or their dialogue tree response. But as games transition to generative in-world NPCs, having more dynamic ways to trigger actions is critical. That's why we created our goals and
I have to try not to get too weird.
Keep in mind that we're constantly updating our YAML editor, so it might look different when you use it. We currently offer 2 options for activating goals and actions. The first allows game designers to manually trigger the action similar to how they currently set them up. In addition to these client-defined triggers, we recently introduced a new method for goal activation: intent recognition. This will offer new player-centric ways to dynamically drive interactions and gameplay. Today we'll be creating an onboarding character for a Candyland game aimed at kids to showcase these new features. For intent recognition, use in-world's YAML editor to easily enter an intent name and the corresponding training phrases. For our onboarding character, we'll set up 2 intents: to tell players about a quest, and to help them find a weapon
cool. Thanks for linking
in-game.
this.
Since there are countless ways that a player might bring these up in conversation, we'll enter a variety of different phrases that they might say. Now when a player says something similar to one of the training phrases, even if it's not identical, the intent will be recognized and will be used to trigger the corresponding goal and action.
So this is how they're
of
building
the YAML,
context into the
you'll-
LLM. Sorry, we'll keep watching this, but I need to use the bathroom. One second.
Enter an instruction in the instruction line for what you want your characters to say or do. This ensures that when a player mentions something related to weapons, Mr. Toyman will know exactly what to say. Parameters allow you to dynamically inject real-time information from the client, delivered through the trigger, into actions at runtime. This gives developers a lot more control and flexibility to not have to define all goal variants ahead of time. For example, you could pass in the current HP of a player as a parameter, which would give the character the accurate, real-time information that they can then use in the conversation. Pro tip: you can even pass in the entire instruction by only including a single parameter in the instruction field.
So this is building, so like this is interesting where you have different phrases. And is the AI, so if you say like, instead of give me a quest, it's like, what quests are there that's not in here? Would the AI be able to infer that it's a quest request? Probably true, because it's using like quests, so it probably just infers it. So yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty awesome.
Developers a lot more instruction by only including .instruction double curly close brace. Now that you've seen how InWorld's new goals and actions features are set up, let's see them in action.
When was this
First,
made?
we'll
This
show
was
you
a
them in
year
the
ago?
studio
Yeah,
chat.
like, oh my god, stuff has progressed so much.
So you can see in the conversation when they're triggered. As you can see, our Mr. Toyman character was able to respond at the right time to the player's comments with his programmed action. Now let's see how that looks in a game-like experience. Good day, sir.
Ahoy there, friend. Welcome to the shop of curiosities and wonders. Are you new around these parts?
Cool.
Yes, I am.
Well, then you are in luck. I'm Mr. Toyman, and I'll be your guide to this world of sweet surprises and endless delights. But we warn, evil lurks in the shadows like a cavity. So watch your step.
What should I do around here?
Why don't you start your journey by exploring the Gumdrop Castle? It's a magical place, full of secrets and adventure. I'm sure you'll find something that will make your heart sing.
So is it going to tell you to always go to the Gumdrop Castle, or is it making like a series of recommendations? I have so many questions about
What's
this. This
to
is
do
cool
there?
though.
You can explore the castle grounds, try your hand at a game of candy chess, or take part in a sugary scavenger hunt. Who knows? Maybe you'll even find a secret surprise.
Are there any quests I can complete here?
As a matter of fact, there is. Lord Toffee has stolen the ancient candy recipes, and we need your help to get them back. If you can find and return the recipes, I'll reward you with a special treat.
How difficult is it?
It won't be easy, but I'm sure with a little bit of luck and determination, you can do it. Good luck on your quest.
I'm in. But where can I pick up a weapon to prepare myself?
If you want something powerful enough to protect yourself, then Queen Bee is your best bet. She can craft a javelin made with a honeybee's stinger that will give you an edge and bow. Just make...
Yeah, I completely believe this, but I don't understand how much of this that it's suggesting is generative and how much of it is actually in the game. Because like the problem is that it's like, what if it gives you a quest that you can't actually do? Like the problem is that AI has to work all the way through the flowchart. It can't just recognize. I guess in the case of what they were showing in the AI FPS demo, it's actually completely right, and like all that seems good, but like AI has to pass through the entire like matrix, right? Like you have to have AI at every level. You have to have AI where it recognizes you, then you have to have AI where it does the quest, and then you have to AI where it does the rewards and the gameplay and the items generated and everything. I think that's the missing link. Maybe it's really interesting though. It's way further along than I thought.
Make
for
sure
sure
to be careful. Her court is full of all
If
sorts.
Team FPS, if 90% of it works and 10% sucks, it still might be good enough. Yeah. So it seems possible to contextually program an AI to be like, okay, that is a grenade. Throw the grenade. Chuck the grenade. Release the grenade. Vibrate your hand so hard that it projects the grenade. And then the AI is like, throwing grenades, sir. Yeah, that seems good. But and then like once we get into, I guess like I didn't understand so I learned something cool because I didn't understand the difficulty of like giving a command, that the difficulty of giving a command and having it do something and infer from that what the intent is and like what to do. What I was conflating that with the difficulty of like building an AI generated quest that supports that narrative, which that to me is still years out. So in this context, it seems like this is pretty cool, and that FPS is actually like really possible. And they will figure it out, because yeah, exactly like you said, there's so much money in it. We're still guiding AI through checks and giving it the only valid choice it can make. I don't think we're there yet to let AI fully control itself. Yeah. I'm curious about performance. These models have crazy runtimes on consumer hardware. Well, anybody that is in any degree of AI will tell you that the problem with AI is consumption, right? Energy consumption. That it's going to take so many CPU cycles to do all this shit at scale with all the requests everybody is making. But that's why Microsoft just bought a fucking nuclear power plant. Like companies are gonna. The thing is, okay, the reason why I'm like really bullish on the AI narrative, like for the future, is because the companies like Microsoft and Google and the people that are building this have been sitting on a lot of cash on their balance sheets for a really long time. So they haven't really had anything to do with this cash. And AI is like the perfect way to invest a huge amount of money so that later that pays off. Like they have the cash. Like Microsoft has so much cash to do stuff like this that they're just like, yeah, we'll just buy a nuclear power plant. Like, it's like, oh yeah, like we'll just buy this thing. Is it for sale? No? Well, we'll buy it anyway. And anybody that has any education on the future of energy will tell you that the future is nuclear. Yeah, they have so much money. Is the power plant to power AI? Yeah, it's all for AI. It's all for APIs or AI cycles. Yeah, because it's gonna take so much energy to run all this shit. That's why didn't Sam Altman say that like Sam Altman said some Sam Altman $1 trillion AI investment. He said something like it's like $6 trillion to get it running or something. It's some unbelievable amount of money. 7 trillion. Oh, this is Wall Street Journal. Fuck off. Yeah. 5 to 7 trillion, which is more than the federal budget, twice the UK's annual GDP, and 13 times 2023's global chip sales. And that's low. Yeah. Like, ultimately, everything in the future comes down to cost. This is the same thing with SpaceX, right? That like the problem with SpaceX right now is that it costs about $10,000 per kilogram to get a kilogram of weight of something into space, just because that's how expensive fucking rockets are, and like and how much everything costs, right? And Elon has managed to get that down to $1,000 a kilogram with SpaceX. And the main reason that Elon has been able to do that, so a lot of people, if you watch the news, you guys remember there was the news around the whole like array thing that was able to catch the rocket coming down. It successfully caught it, and people are not sure why this is such a big deal. It's because the cost of going into space is $10,000 per kilogram, and what Elon did successfully by making reusable rockets and then making the cost of rocketry less is he made it about $1,000 a kilogram. So he reduced the cost by 10x. That's why when he says on Twitter, I reduced the cost by 10x, it's literally 10x. And the goal is to get it down to $10 a kilogram, because if you can do that, then you can go to Mars. Because that's sufficient enough to carry all of the humans, food, and supply and everything. And then the price of going to Mars becomes something like 240 or 260 billion. And then you can successfully go to Mars. So right now, it's not viable to do any kind of interstellar travel because it's too expensive at the $1,000 a kilogram mark. And by the way, nobody else could do this. Nobody for 40 years, nobody could get this number down for how expensive it was to go into space. And now at about $1,000 a kilogram, it's like mostly by recatching rockets and reusing rockets, you can send a lot more rockets up, so it's way less cheap. It's way cheaper to do. And now at $10 a kilogram, if you're in theory you're able to reduce rocketry to another 10x magnitude, you'd be able to do stuff like go to Mars. You'd be able to mine asteroids. You'd be able to do like a bunch of International Space Station shit. It's gonna get really fucking cool. So like that's what they're trying to do at SpaceX. And the idea with AI is similar. And that we're trying to invest in more efficient forms of energy so that we can successfully utilize CPU cycles to do core shit, like cure diseases, like basically every human problem that we have, pretty much every human problem, except like psychological and like spiritual ones, which are significant, but things like diseases, things like cancer, things like that are just limited behind CPU cycles. So if you can power enough CPU cycles, they will figure out how to cure cancer. They just will, right? Like you can, especially with stuff like Google's AlphaFold 3, which is able now to, like, AlphaFold 3 is able to, it's truly amazing. Like AlphaFold 3 is actually able to predict structure and molecular structure in life. And the reason why that's relevant is because previously, if we needed to test a vaccine, it would take years. You would have to go through human trials. You have to do human controlled trials. If I want to test a vaccine for like HPV or like or like malaria or something, I have to go through human trials for like anywhere between like 5 to 10 years, and then I've got to do a ton of cross-sectional studies to figure out if that is actually going to kill somebody or cause the disease or all kinds of problems, right? Because certain vaccines can be dangerous, and AlphaFold 3 just does all that shit through AI. So you don't need any human-controlled trials. It just predicts it. And so you'll have a vaccine come off the rip, off of enough CPU cycles where it just says, yeah, this cures malaria. And then you don't need to test it. You don't need to do any kind of human-controlled trials or anything. And so you just have it. I mean, this is like revolutionary technology and shit is happening now. But like we're limited behind CPU cycles and behind cost. Like the coolest human shit in like ever to happen is happening right now, but like we're limited by cost and by CPU cycles. We're limited by how many GPUs NVIDIA can produce. Yeah, absolutely. At least until any sufficient competitors come in to Jensen. But I mean, NVIDIA is amazing with like the amount of scaling production they've had to do. There's a lot of people trying to solve the GPU problem too. Like there's a lot of people that are building alternative AI chipsets that are probably more efficient than GPUs are at processing AI. So that's another thing that's going on. That's a totally different vertical than lowering cost that has the same effect, right? Whoever figures out how to make cheap CPUs at scale makes bank. Whoever figures out how to make a more efficient GPU structure, AI chip structure that NVIDIA has made, and there are a couple on the market that are interesting, is going to make a lot of money. But it might be NVIDIA that figures that out, because NVIDIA is really, really good company. like I think NVIDIA is led by one of the best CEOs in existence, like ever. Jensen is an unbelievably good CEO, and so I think that NVIDIA has a good chance of figuring out that architecture. There's a couple of really interesting competitors, but right now it's like NVIDIA is like leading the R&D on that by a huge amount. And yeah, like Trap said, you need a lot of money to figure this out too. So, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Good comment. I think another big thing for lowering cost is that sometimes engineers aren't super familiar with their training data, increases cost and time for training LLMs. No, that's like a minuscule cost compared to energy. Like, the most exciting thing that I'm paying attention to is Google's AlphaFold 3. I wish I could find a video that like explained how insane AlphaFold 3 is. But like this unironically will cure all human disease and maybe aging. Like if it's possible. We don't know yet, because the problem with aging is that cell telomeres die off over time, kind of no matter what. And there's a couple of things that we can't figure out, like how to preserve brains. Like human brain is like the big problem, is like the brain just sort of degrades, and there's kind of nothing you can do about it. And there's still so little we understand about it. But if you put AlphaFold 3 and you put enough CPU cycles on this, it is feasible to cure all human diseases. So stuff like things like colds, COVID, shit like that just simply would not bother us anymore. It's like that's real. Like that's if you look into AlphaFold 3, like do some reading about it. It's like it's real. It's crazy. At the very least, it can extend our lifespan. Well, the problem is I feel like we're probably going to enter like a kind of Warhammer 40K-esque world where we are like partially augmented by machines, and you can kind of keep things running for like 100 or 200 years, but stuff starts to break down. Devin proving you don't need a PhD to discuss things. The reason why I know this stuff is because I'm really, really invested in this field personally and financially. So that's like if I have expertise in this because we use it every day, but like there's so much other shit I know nothing about. Give me a metal stomach so I can eat whatever I want and not gain weight. That's called Ozempic, man. GLP-1 inhibitors. The problem with GLP-1 inhibitors is you won't want to eat, you know? Yeah, this is cool. I guess this is the kind of AI stuff that I want to get into. Do you ever answer cold calls? No. Yeah, this is good. I like this. Okay, what else is in this post? Oh, we looked at that already, so this is done. Guys, we got through a single stream submission. It's a miracle. It's an actual miracle. We haven't done that in like 2 weeks. Oh my god.
This guy built a $1.2 million.
Oh, we need to be using our hold on.
This guy built a $1.2 million business out of his van selling eggshells. Check this out. Okay, it's 2020 and the van life trend is popping off. This guy quits his job, moves into a $1,500 junker, and starts calling himself the Van Man. He has dreams of starting his own business, but no idea what to do. So he just starts posting on Twitter about what it's like to live in a van. People love this content, and he starts to build a small following. But everything changes one day when he comes across this video of Arnold Schwarzenegger breaking an egg into his protein shake. So he goes down the rabbit hole, reading article after article, and discovers eggshells are actually known to prevent cavities. This gives him an
Bro, my fucking whole life changed because of kiwi fruits. And I figured out that eating the skin of a kiwi fruit is actually super good for you. And then like if you actually eat the shell or the or like the skin of like most things, it's actually pretty good for you. I think semaglutide 10 years from now will be hailed as one of the greatest contributions to medical science ever. It seems that way. Yeah. GLP-1s are like crazy, man. I'm still waiting for people to grow like an extra arm or something as a result of them. Like there's got to be some downside to them, right? They're so insane. Like they're saying that they reduce addiction, that they're like freaking crazy, like reduce obesity, reduce like, and then it's just that obesity is such an overall like bad thing for the body that when you reduce it, you eliminate so many different variables. Yeah.
Insane idea. Eggshell toothpaste. He searches for it online and it doesn't exist. So he cooks up a recipe in his van and calls it Van Man's Miracle Tooth Powder. He sets up a Shopify store, posts the link on Twitter, and sells $5,000 in the first day. 2 years later, the Van Man makes over $100,000 per month from his signature toothpaste. Proof that it all starts by sharing your story with.
What a cool video this is. Van Man's toothpaste. No shit, it's on Amazon. How fucking cool is that? That's insane, man. What a cool video this is. I love shit like this. Holy. He sells lots of stuff now. Toothpaste from eggshells is insane. Does it work? The reviews are incredible because they're all influencer reviews. How fucking metal is it to brush your teeth with eggshells? That's hardcore as fuck. That's Spartan hardcore. I'm kind of in. Does it have to go through the FDA? No. Like 99% of the shit on Amazon isn't FDA approved. You know, like FDA doesn't regulate supplements at all, right? You have to be really, really careful with the supplements you take. I'm a big supplement guy, and I have spent so many hours trying to find good supplement brands. You can't rely on the FDA for fucking anything, man. CPG products are blowing up off influencer founders is really cool. Yeah, super agree. I fucking love hearing about this shit. This is cool as fuck. Great marketing, too.
3 reasons why Van Man is the
UGC.
best option for your body
This is UGC.
care products. Reason 1, high quality natural ingredients that you can actually understand.
The guy's using UGC to do this too.
How often do you
Big
buy
pro.
a product that you put on your face with
I heard you spent many nights on the toilet from bad supplements. No. I've not made any mistakes with supplements. I'm really, really good about them because I probably have like. It's safe to assume I have about as much time in Path of Exile as I have in supplement research and health research. And I have like, I also have a personal doctor too. I have a concierge doctor. So that helps me a lot too. I don't have any supplement recommendations for any of you. Sorry. Cause it's all, I'm not going to be that guy. Before you even ask, I'm not that guy. You are all individual people. You are all unique snowflakes. Your needs are completely different from mine. And so if you want a good answer to that, go get a blood test and talk to a professional.
ingredients like ferrotoxin,
If you want a good supplement brand for something, I can help you.
blah, 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 or some crap and think, yeah, this is probably pretty safe. Well, look at this. These are the ingredients here. That's it, folks. I bet at least most of you know what all of these ingredients are. Reason 2, they have a variety of
UGC.
natural remedy products. Not only do I use this
Brand recommendations right now, the best supplements are Thorn, Pure Encapsulations, and probably Doublewood. Those are the 3 I'd start with.
aloe and honey balm to moisturize daily. I've also been using this mint bone tooth powder and peppermint aloe mouth rinse for a few months now, and it's done wonders not putting name brand toothpaste in my mouth. They even have oils and sunblock. And reason 3, these products have
This is
so
good UGC,
many
chat.
different uses. This tallow and honey balm can be
You can buy this for your product for like $300-$400. This quality
used
UGC.
on your
Maybe
face
lower.
and body. It is a moisturizer. It can replace your lotion.
Well, maybe not. This is like top tier UGC.
Wrinkle cream
Fuck
and
me.
Neosporin.
This is like really
it just
good UGC.
overall protects and heals your skin.
This is like $400-$500.
And a bonus reason, they smell incredible. Treat your body right with
I haven't gone to the doctor in 5 years. I'm not getting a blood test. You gonna die. Get a blood test every 6 months. Or a year. Every 6 months if you're over 30. A year if you're under 30. That's fine. If you're male, which most of you are, do like your freestanding testosterone. I have a whole Patreon video about this. I literally have a Patreon video about this. I have a Patreon video about every single blood test you should get and how you should evaluate them. Why every year? Without going into a huge discussion that nobody cares about, your blood is like literally the communicator and indicator of what is going wrong in your body. So if you have an underlying condition, it's most likely going to show up in your blood work long before it shows up symptomatically. Prediabetes, any kind of like, even some kinds of cancer, any kind of liver or kidney type stuff, which is a lot of different stuff, certain organ failures, any kind of like systemic toxicity or like high white blood cell counts, high lymphocyte counts, things like that. All that stuff is going to show up in blood work before it shows up symptomatically. And in medicine, the sooner you treat something, the better off you are, always. So you want to know when you have an underlying condition. So like, for example, if you're testing your fasting glucose levels and you find out that you're like consistently hitting like 100 to 105, you're pre-diabetic, right? Like you're going to have pre-diabetes. And now you can take, you can make lifestyle changes that will affect you down the line so that you don't get diabetes. But fast forward 2 years, you've continued to spike your insulin eating bad food and you don't exercise, and now you have diabetes and you're shooting up to like 120, 140 like freestanding glucose, and now you're like, oh shit, it's going to be way harder to reverse that, and it may be impossible at some level, right? So at that point you have to go on metformin, you've got to go like take a bunch of like anti-diabetic drugs, you've got to like completely do your lifestyle changes, you got to inject insulin. Like it's always better to catch things early. So like a blood test is usually covered by your health insurance, and if not, costs like $150. Like go get it. It's very good. What's your thoughts on birth control pills? I'm not informed enough. Do you take any nootropics? No, kind of. I don't like the research on nootropics too much. I'm really about supplements that are incredibly well researched. I only want to take supplements that have a lot of data around them, especially for their long-term efficacy and effects. So I wouldn't take a nootropic like something like Alpha Brain, but I would take something like creatine, for example, which has demonstrable effects on cognition over long periods of time and is really, really well researched. So I won't I guess like I take nootropics like I personally take creatine, NAC, CoQ10. Is there anything else I take that's like for cognitive benefit? Saffron, maybe? Trying to think. I'd have to go look at my stack, but like those are probably the 4 that I take, but I don't take them for cognitive benefits. I take them for other personal issues. So something like creatine will help me with brain function, but I'm not gonna take like a less researched thing like Hogwarts seed or something that the people are like, oh yeah, like this. In a trial with 15 people, 4 people subjectively thought they could think better as a result of taking Ding Ding seed. Like I'm good. Yeah. What brand creatine is good? As long as you trust the brand to put creatine in it, there is no difference in quality in terms of creatine. So the go-to is Optimum Nutrition, which is you can take it in pill form, you can take it in powder form. Creatine monohydrate is all equal. There's no difference in quality in production. So pure creatine monohydrate is just pure creatine monohydrate. You can just get it anywhere. Do you still take magnesium threonate like you recommended 3 years ago? Yep. Magnesium is one of those supplements that I'm pretty confident recommending to most people. Again, you should do a blood test or consult a physician, but most people are deficient in magnesium because of soil depletion. So yeah, magnesium is good for almost everybody. Just about everybody. Have you tried mushroom coffee? Yep. I didn't notice anything different from it. Again, the mushroom stuff is like really weird. There's some interesting research coming out of like Paul Stamets and like a little bit of stuff from John Hopkins, but it's so situational and it's not like RCTs and stuff. So like, I don't know. The mushroom stuff is really fucking weird. Have you found good supplements for sleep? High amounts of glycine are really good for sleep, but you need to fix your routines. And Tim Ferriss has a really good thing on sleep. And Brian Johnson has a little bit of work on it that's surprisingly actually valuable. So you need to it's going to be better for you to fix your routines around sleep and fix your habits than it will to actually take a supplement. I don't take multivitamins because I get I get enough nutrition from Whole Foods. What's your take on HRT? Very good research. HRT seems really safe in humans and seems really good. We have like 60 years of collected research on it. I would 100% do it when I get 10 years older. Thoughts on Brian Johnson? He's very much in the Alex Hormozy camp for me, where it's like he's doing something that is really interesting to look at, but not applicable to most people. A lot of people don't. There's a guy named Dave Pasco who's way more interesting to me. This is the guy that I follow. And the reason why Dave Pasco is so interesting is so Brian Johnson's like in his 40s. Oh yeah, I meant TRT. Yeah, sorry. He asked HRT. Oh yeah, no opinion on HRT. Sorry, I meant TRT. Yeah, that's what I thought you said. My bad. Yeah. Dave Pasco is 62, but Dave Pasco looks like this. Trying not to get to his website. I'm trying to go to Google. Thank you. Like, this is Dave Pasco at 62. Okay? Like, this is very interesting to me. And this dude is basically 37 epigenetically, and he's ahead of Brian Johnson on the longevity charts. And the most important thing about this is that he spends $30,000 a year doing this. Brian Johnson spends like close to $2 million. So this is actually like a lot of what Dave does is attainable. And he goes through his entire thing. He has just as comprehensive of a website as Brian Johnson does. You can see his supplement list, literally everything he takes linked to it, everything he does every single day, like literally linked to it. And there's a lot of really interesting stuff about him that attracts me that I don't like about Brian Johnson. Brian Johnson eats like fucking beans and like little bits of vegetables. And he stops eating at 11 a.m. Dave eats red meat, like eats a bunch of like different stuff and like stops eating when he wants to, just like lives a much more like free, like interesting life. Like I think you can get 90% of the way there with like longevity shit. And you don't have to do like a lot of the work that Brian Johnson puts in. I think Brian Johnson's kind of a grifter because he's like really trying to sell the blueprint stuff. And the blueprint stuff is like, I don't know. The blueprint stuff seems a little bit grifty to me. I can get more into it if people are interested, but yeah, we're big on Van Man here. Yeah, the blueprint stuff makes me feel a little bit iffy. Don't like it.
Pekumeia super chatted 5,000 Chilean pesos CLP and
Thanks.
said, "Hello Devin. I wonder why subathons are bad idea. I am new to Twitch, but I've seen a lot of streamers doing those events lately."
Well, because if you are below 5,000 viewers, you can't grow via Twitch because Twitch doesn't put you high enough in the directory to get you any kind of discovery. So spending more time streaming is just being a vampire to suck more money out of your existing audience, but not increasing your total viewership, right? So if you want more viewership, you should be making YouTube videos. You should be on Instagram. You should be doing community posts. You should be on Twitter. You should be doing stuff that has discovery. So subathons are literally just a waste of your resources and time. Brian Johnson said he's only vegan for ethical reasons. He recommends people eat meat. Really? Can you source that? That's super interesting. I didn't know that. Whoa. That's super interesting. Really? Huh. You just taught me something. That's super cool. Most of the people that
Scientific question of getting the body exactly what it needs to be in its optimal state with a 2,000 calorie budget. The result from our scientific endeavor has been 2,000 calories of this food plus roughly 100 supplements. Every supplement we take, we can tie to something we measure inside the body. A lot of people are very quick to say, oh, supplements are worthless or never this or that. They're expressing their opinion. What they really should do is look at the data. We have the data to show.
So he says that he's really concerned about high uric acid, which is super legit because that gives you a ton of kidney problems. So he's saying that pretty much, yeah. So I don't drink at all. I think like alcohol is one of the worst things you can do for yourself. I think if all you do is eat a lot of meat and you don't focus on a lot of like high fructose corn syrup, seed oil, like alcohol, shit like that, you're probably okay on this. I'm really interested though if he actually says you're okay to eat meat. That's super interesting. I guess we can't find it, but yeah, I'll look into it. I will look into it. That's super interesting. Ha! That's cool. Damn. I used to be a BJ fan, but I thought he lost his way with these new products. He used to feel more sincere and interesting when he had no products and just said stuff for his own blood work. Yeah, so I kind of saw it coming because I'm a marketer. So I was like, this guy's fixing to build a whole series of products. And so I kind of got that feeling about Brian Johnson before because I knew it was coming. But definitely once he released all the blueprint stuff, it felt bad. Yeah. It was like, okay, like we know what this is really about, right? It's like, it's not like about this like whole human journey because he could just be like Dave and just recommend like the Amazon shit and not sell like the his own supplements and stuff like that. But it became pretty clear that he was what he was after, and it's fine. It's like, you know, like make your bank. Like he's still probably doing more net good. I just don't like the idea of recommending a ton of supplements to people as a substitute for like doing legit exercise and getting out there and like people think that if they take a bunch of creatine and a bunch of like and shit like that, like they're just gonna fix their like core problems when in reality like you're just lazy. And you need to get out there and just like actually go for a walk and shit every day and stuff like that. He said multiple times to focus on the basics, sleep, exercise, and diet. Yeah, but he's not selling that. He's selling his supplements. He's selling olive oil, right? Thoughts on genetic testing and genetic research for predisposed conditions. I'm not as well researched on this, so I don't want to give like a hard take, but like what I have seen about it is that it's like it's pretty flimsy. There are some places where it's really useful. So like if your family has a genetic history of certain types of cancers, for example, like if your grandfather and your father got colon cancer, like you absolutely get a colonoscopy at like at 40, right? Versus like maybe like the recommended 45 or something like that. So that can be useful in that sort of sense. In terms of like the 23andMe stuff, with the genetic testing for things like if you're going to go bald or like if you're going to like be you have certain adverse health conditions like kidney failure and stuff like that, the research is really thin and I don't know enough about it. How does donating plasma affect your health and gains? Very, very limited research. There's a couple of studies now that are saying that donating plasma can reduce the heavy metal and toxic microplastic load that you have in your blood. But it's really thin. I wouldn't rely on it. Right now, there's like no. I think a lot of people are relying on that because there's nothing we can really do about the microplastic phenomenon. The microplastic thing is super scary, But I don't know. It's whatever, dude. Like we've always had some kind of health boogeyman. like what was it before? So like in the 70s it was asbestos, because that's in the walls and shit, causing cancer. Then like in the 50s and 60s it was lead. Everything had lead in it. And so it's like, you know, your grandfather was made of lead. Your dad was made of asbestos, and now you're made of microplastics. It all sort of shakes out in the end. Oh, thanks, Zonalar. I appreciate you, man. Are you against seed oil? I am, yes. I understand that it's a controversial topic. I don't really want to debate it because people can't handle it. It's one of those, it goes into pseudoscience a little bit. And so I'll just say do your own research on that shit. Let's see where you go. Do you get the TikTok live studio sign up? Yeah, but I don't want to use TikToks. I'm actually done with TikTok. I'm like I'm hardcore, just like leaving TikTok behind as a platform as a content creator. So I'm going a different direction. I was gonna live stream it, and I was gonna create content on TikTok, and I'm going away from both. Why? TikTok to me has proven to be a really unreliable platform for content creation, and also a very biased one. So I am in a couple of masterminds with like 30 to 40 YouTubers who are above 1 million subscribers each. And then I also have just a lot of agency friends and people that run a lot of content creators and stuff like that. And the two problems with TikTok that come out is, one, very selective enforcement of issues. So lots of these YouTubers were just getting random channels banned. One guy had 1 billion views total on a gaming channel that never had any TOS violations and got permanently banned. When you get banned, there's no way to contact support. They won't help you. Another girl was running a 5 million follower channel for jewelry. She got banned. No follow up. No way to get unbanned. No nothing. They won't listen to her. And then also TikTok has extreme regulations on what kinds of content. So TikTok, for example, suppressed my videos because I was talking about how to grow on YouTube, but I was on TikTok. And so they intentionally suppressed my videos down here, starting here. You'll notice that this video had 800 views. And then this video, which starts talking about YouTube growth, goes to 20 because they knocked down my, they decided that that kind of content shouldn't be on their platform. And so all I have to say categorically is actually go fuck yourself, TikTok. Like literally go fuck yourself with your authoritarian draconian bullshit. I will not be supporting a fucking platform that bans random people and then, fucking literally demonetizes and reduces footprint because of that we are talking about other platforms. So I'm good. I'm hard good on that. I'm out of TikTok completely. Dude, the horror stories I heard from the agencies when I started going in and like talking about it with them, I was like I'm fucking out. So like I'm not denying the power of it, right? Like I'm definitely leaving followers on the table, and like I could definitely follow TikTok's rules and I could grow more if I did, but I'm good. Like I don't like that kind of business, so I'm happy to take a hit myself, in exchange for not supporting a business that does that kind of shit. And so the thing that I'm looking into instead for short form content and my next expansion is going to be Instagram Reels. I'm hearing a lot of really good stuff about Instagram Reels, and I'll just be moving over there. I was in the same boat. I also weightlift and felt much weaker so on just eating meat, so I had zero energy. I realized how important carbs are to power through workouts. Yeah, carbs are super important. The thing to remember, dude, is the reason why nutrition is so controversial is because so many people are built different. Like for example, you can give pure seal blubber to Eskimo populations and they just process it. Like they like you can literally give them pure fat and like their rate of heart disease is fucking 0. But you do that in a population of like people from the UK and their and diabetes and obesity and stuff goes through the roofs. Like everybody is so different. That's why I don't want to recommend like anything individually to people. It's like you've got to get your own blood tests, you've got to get your own stuff and figure it out, figure out your own genetics, figure out what's works for you. Like probably the best thing you can do if you want to be super anal about it is wear a glucose monitor and then like figure out what types of, because for some of you, you can eat white rice all day, it won't do a single thing to you. For others of you though, like you eat white rice and your insulin spikes will go fucking crazy, right? I don't know why that guy just got banned completely randomly. I swear to God, like my bot just kills people for no reason. Oh wait, that is a good reason to ban somebody. Okay, no, that is a good reason to ban somebody. Good job, bot. We unbanned him and then rebanned him. I was like, I didn't read his comment, and then I was like, oh wait. Good job. Yeah, I'm super done with TikTok. I'm not ready to talk about. We're just gonna try it, Ron. We're just gonna try it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm looking for our best performing shorts on YouTube, and then the best performing shorts will go to Reels, and we'll just see how they do there. And I bet they'll do pretty good. I'm pretty confident. What cut does Twitch take on bits? Isn't it like 50%? I don't know. You have to look it up. You said you're going to stream on Sunday? I said I might stream on Sunday if I had time. Is TikTok finished on January 19th? No, they'll probably sell or it'll get diverted or appealed or something. Hard to say. Very, very hard to say. Any thoughts on UGC for non-US based creators? Yeah. Yeah, it works totally fine. Doesn't really matter where you are, right? Because you're just producing videos. So you can actually leverage it to make a lot more money. I've realized that a lot of people are asking me about UGC. I'm getting like at least 10 requests a day through DMs and email for it. So I've got to make more content about it. So I'll make some more stuff about like how you can get into UGC. Nah, Israel, I haven't. Sorry, man. Yeah, there's so much that could happen. Like, it could get appealed. It could get sold off. It could get, like, the assets could go to some other company. It could be that nothing happens. I think some of it depends on the U.S. elections a little bit. But it's kind of hard to say. I mean, at this point, man, like, I'm pretty confident saying TikTok is a pretty big net negative to keep around. In pretty much every single way. So I'm cool with it. Gary Vee is still beating the TikTok drum, is he? Is he? Oh, God. What is he saying? Do you think the AI companies are withholding the release because of the election? I can't talk about politics on this stream, but I will tell you this. My contention is that the markets are already pricing in a Trump win. It seems like that. That seems to be why commodities and markets are doing what they're doing right now, and why we're seeing I think the problem is that short term we're either administration we're probably going to have to deal with inflation. It seems like everybody's still talking about that. And then medium term asset allocation is going to go to like long term commodities, and that's why you're seeing like Bitcoin and gold that just did like gold just went crazy, man. Like gold is insane. Look at this. This is like just insane, man. So like in June 2024, we were at 2.3 and now we're at 2.7. This is like so crazy for a commodity. And Bitcoin's going up too. So people are, that's signaling that people are thinking that more inflation is on the way. Who wins presidential elections have zero correlation with market trends. I am surprised with your knowledge of finance that you would say something that is completely wrong. But I can't tell you why, because I can't talk about politics on the stream. But one day when we were talking, I'll yeah, that's it. That is completely wrong. That's like that is actually an insane thing to say. Trillions of dollars of market spend is dependent on presidential elections in the US. Like gold's gone up 18%. That's like gold's following like the S&P. It's crazy shit, man. 5% in a month. Holy. Bitcoin's up too, right? BTC is at 72 right now. Pumping. Inflation hedge. Woo lad. Actually pumping so hard. Holy shit.
First you assumed my gender, then you banned me for my preferred way of expressing myself, Mario Erotica.
That's not what we do on this stream, man. Sorry, dude. It just isn't. You want it off from Artosis' stream, and which is a great stream. Pay for unban? Nah. He's just gonna refund it. This is not a Mario Erotica stream. I think Artosis runs one of the funniest channels on Twitch, legit. But I would go insane being that guy. I love his stream though. I watch it all the time. Actually. I didn't ban you also. The bot did. The bot got you automatically. I don't think anybody's talking about the hype thing, right? See how fast we go through stream submissions? Like, holy shit. Recently binge watched your videos with Ethan. Any big tips for getting jobs during the saturated job market? A lot of the same stuff that we made then applies now. Still good stuff. Like, I don't know. The question's kind of too general. I'd have to know like where you're trying to apply and like more information and stuff. You mentioned you need more meme lords and info aggregators. We have a live stream notes thing that's available to supporters, but nobody does it. It's Dutra that does it, and we're really lucky to have him. Because without Dutra, we'd be fucked, honestly. Where am I trying to? Yeah, this thing. There, like in the Discord, if you go to the supporters chat, there's this sheet, and people can enter stuff on this sheet. But Dutra does it. He's badass. We're so lucky to have Dutra. Oh my god. Without him, we'd be super dead as a stream. We'd be super dead. Would you have Cobalt on? Yeah, of course. Love Cobalt. Super cool guy. All right, let's keep going. The esports bubble popping, do you think it's happened yet? It's a topic I'm very interested in a few years ago. You hit the nail on the head. Just wondering what your today's take on the matter is. What's this YouTube video? This place is a huge venue, right? And they've had some success when there's been big tournaments. That's so weird back then. This is like my dressing professionally phase. You have with this space is how do you... Yeah, so I think the esports bubble popped. I think it was safe to say that this happened. For sure. Do you use a program to manage your posts? Nope. I just post. I don't have any programs. If the KKK or the Third Reich were a social media platform, it would be Twitch. A congressman said to his letter in Dan Clancy. Yeah, it's heating up, bro. The stuff you provide is like a specialized and educational. It's a math stream for math geeks, but for gamers. Like watching you requires tuned into the brain. How do you plan on scaling this? It's probably unscalable. But I'm okay with that because I'm trying to make the kind of show that I wish was on Twitch and YouTube. So, like, I'd be surprised if this channel... I think we can probably hit about 1,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch and, you know, maybe 500 to 600-ish on YouTube when I start doing more stuff related to, like... When this stream becomes, like, more of, like, a format and we're going through, like, stream submissions pretty consistently and where I think that we'll really pop off is YouTube. YouTube will get to the 1 million subscribers and we'll be pretty big there, but the stream will always be kind of niche. But I'm not looking to scale this. Like this is not something I'm interested in. Like the type of person that gets something out of this stream will not get something out of it in the same way if I start doing like more reacts, news, topical, brain rot type of content. This is meant to be kind of a thought-provoking stream, and I understand that there is a huge cost of viewership in doing that, and I'm okay with paying that cost. Like, I don't need to be a 5,000, 10,000 viewer broadcaster. I understand the type of content that I need to cover to do that. I've been that kind of broadcaster before. Like, I've had those kind of viewership numbers, and I'm good. Like, I know what it takes. I know what the kind of person I have to be to do it, and I just don't want to do it, man. Like... But YouTube is where we're really putting in the work to try to make that happen, like Ron said. Yeah. It's an NY Post story? Can you link that? Oh, shit. And of course the bot deletes you. Super sorry. We're still supposed to disable that thing. Let me just go find your link and I'll go grab it. Okay. Wait, this is not that link. This is Path of Exile. Okay. Thanks, Fidel. Don't know if I deserve that, but I'm trying, man. Setting an alarm for an explosion of hatred on the online platform Twitch since October 7th. What was this posted? Oh, this is posted today. Oh my god. So this drama's not over. This is crazy. The South Bronx lawmaker declared on October 29th The time to come for Twitch to stop popularizing the popularizing anti-Semitism. Well, this is targeted at Hassan as well. Dude, Hassan's in so much trouble. I would be 100% looking. I'd be sending emails to Rumble right now. There is no way with this kind of congressional oversight and this kind of pressure that Hassan can survive on this website. This is really getting scary. I think this gets too political for us to read, but yeah, it's heating up, man, for sure. You could be Thor, but for like business around gaming, Thor is popping off on all gamers' dreams of being a game dev. Not many dream of running an agency. Well, I appreciate you, man. First of all, Thor is a huge inspiration to me. And then dude, we had such a wholesome interaction on Twitter because I made a Twitter post. He responded to it. I DM'd him and said, hey, man, just want to let you know, like, you're a huge inspiration right now for the work that I'm doing and like the content creator goals that I have, because I feel like you've been so successful with them. And then he DM'd me back and was like, what the fuck? You're a huge inspiration. I used to watch your content while I was growing and it helped me get here. And I was like, wait, what? Are we best friends now? And it was fucking awesome. And I was like, damn, I had no idea that he even knew who I was. And so, I just love what Thor is doing, like everything about his energy, what he's bringing to Twitch. And yeah, inspiring people to be game developers, inspiring people to do more things is what I hope to be in a business sense, right? Like what if I could run this channel and I could do it in a way that I ideally wanted to do it, it would be inspiring everybody to become entrepreneurs, to run their own shit, to like get out of get out of the bad systems, make cool stuff, provide value, and like really unlock and become free in their life. But I don't think the problem is that like Thor is such a better entertainer and he's so much better at storytelling. He's so much better at engaging an audience on a consistent basis that I'm working on it. I'm working on it really hard, but the amount of work I need to do to improve myself to even get to that level, to be that interesting, is going to take a long ass time, like years of time maybe, to become that engaging and that interesting and at that level. I'm really going to try, and I really want to do it, but I have a massive amount of respect for Thor. If I even get halfway there and I'm that kind of inspiration for people doing business, fuck yeah, that'd be super cool. Is there any reason why you said Saturday will be when we find out the fate of Twitch? I never said that. That's not a thing that I said. How long has he been doing it for? 8 years. So if I can be that kind of inspiration for people from a business sense, then I'm like creating the right kind of stuff and doing the right kind of thing. But it's going to take a lot of personal development to get there. And you guys, and that's why, like, I appreciate you guys so much for being here during this time when we're building that. Like, that's super cool. The community is contributing to the notes, are they? I don't think anybody is. This is just my little example thing. Oh yeah, nobody contributes. Fuck. If we didn't have Dutra, we'd be dead. I pay Dutra to do this, and if you're good enough at doing these notes, I will also add you to that list. We don't Dutra is going to be part of staff though, I think. I think staff right now is Kevin, Ron, and Dutra. And what I want to set up for them is like the similar thing that Thor has, the PallyGG thing. I really want to do this. Hopefully I do this by next stream. But I'd like to do a thing where, or we can just go to Pirate Softwares, right? Fuck. Oh, it's /P. So Pally, like, look at this. This is actually crazy, man. The way this works is you guys can tip the team instead of me. and then they make the money. I really love this idea. So I want to implement this. This is super cool. And you can see that like for people that for sufficient enough streams, like this is like full-time income for these guys. For sure. And we're not going to pay our moderators because our moderators frankly don't do jack shit. They're all like real life friends and they're all and they're all they don't work. They just hang around and shit post. So we're going to pay the people that are editing and the people that are pulling up content. That's like really important. I got a legit funny question for you. If you absolutely had to hire me and keep me on staff, what would you tell me to do? I mean, you can clean. Slow for me to digest at times, but it's interesting to hope it grows myself. Mad respect for you. Dude, thank you, man. Thanks, Omega. Appreciate you, man. The YouTube videos are good green screen, but the live stream most of the time is pretty boring. I think the live stream, I don't know how to keep an audience very well. I have like long AFKs. I'm like super old and don't really get it. Like, I don't know. It's going to be a little bit tough. It's going to be tough. I think we can do it maybe. But yeah, if you are interested in doing info aggregation, you can either try your hand at it at the support section. And I only say this because if I knew Dutra was going to be here for every single stream, I would never worry about it. But if Dutra gets hit by a bus, we are actually doomed. Or he just doesn't show up one day. Like, it's so scary. If Dutra, like, I always gotta, yeah, if Dutra dies, we die. If Dutra dies, we have no shorts. We have nobody, like, it's over. You should get guests on the stream to do more industry talk shop with creators. We literally just had 2 in the last couple of weeks. We do that all the time. And I was like, I came back and I was like, no guests. Don't want any guests. And now I've got tons of guests coming in. Like, tons of people are asking me. And some really cool people, too.
You want to learn more.
Okay. The problem with info aggregation is you have to watch a good amount of every stream or the whole stream to really be good at it, which is a big ask. And then you also have to be good at aggregation. That's too tough, man. Okay, this is done. We talked about this. We didn't watch this, though. I'm not going to watch all 26 minutes of this.
This is not a drill. This is not clickbait. This is not overreactions. I am actually fairly late to this party to reporting on what is going on currently within gaming because I didn't want to overreact. I wanted to make sure that I brought you something that distilled all of what's happening, explained it, and painted a picture of where we're headed after looking at what is causing this issue. The modern gaming industry is dying. There are really no...
I'm good. It's not. I don't think so. I already got the entire 26 minutes of that in the first 20 seconds. He's going to make an argument that the layoffs that happened in 2024 are indicative of the gaming industry declining as a whole, which I don't agree with. Don't think so, Tim. That's whatever. The gaming industry, like, we literally just saw Space Marine 2 get record sales, like, fucking, what else happened, chat? Big gaming good stuff? Bunch of cool stuff. Just glad to have you here, Ganalco. Just the fact that you guys want to be here is super good. Yeah, that's a marking correction. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Literally bigger than cinema. Yeah, you should make a video that cinema is dying. That's a good argument. Talk to me about Madam Web. Hang on, I'll be right back. The world is not prepared. How AI energy thirst might tap into geothermal power. Fuck yeah. We already talked about AI energy, so not gonna read all this, but happy for you, bro. I'll look. Let me look through to see if there's anything interesting though. I loved Dune. I loved Dune 2. Such a good movie, man. But there's been like 3 good movies in the past. It's not gaming dying, it's the dominating AAA companies not dominating anymore. Yeah, that's a good argument. But I feel like all of the hype and momentum is being picked up by indie games. And this isn't a hot take, right? It probably isn't in here. I am so happy that indie games are getting their day. That games like Terraria, Factorio, Satisfactory, like all of the games I'm playing these days are like small team games, and I fucking love it. like I think they're so much better and so much higher quality than the AAAs. I play Space Marine 2 too, also. Phenomenal game. But I love that the gaming industry is becoming a more like holistic, like smaller team-based thing that can produce this cool shit. Are you excited about Dragon Age? Nah, I'm not gonna play it. I'm good. I'm not on the Dragon Age train. Where can I learn about doing effective market research? I don't know. Monster Hunter Wilds. I'm also not on the Monster Hunter train, but that one is a train that I think I'm missing. I could be on the Monster Hunter train, but I'm not. That's probably a really good train to be on. But the Dragon Age train, I can definitely. I'm definitely good. I mean, maybe I'll try Wilds because I'm not going to play PoE. So, do you plan on watching the new Venom movie? I'm done with Marvel. I'm done with Marvel until they actually do a. Deadpool 3 was good, fine. They can't keep making Deadpool 3s. Madam Web, Agatha All Along. It's dog shit. All of it's dog shit. I'm tired of it. Until they come back, Doctor Strange 2, until they come back with we're gonna reboot this and we're gonna go a different direction. I'm done with Marvel for now. The Venom movie was hot garbage. Was it? Oof. Well, so my experience with movies is I completely ignore this number, and wait. Which one is they're fucking with it? Which one is the humans? If the humans like it, then I think this is the humans. Yeah, this is the audience score. Audience score is usually pretty good. So the whole audience thinks it's 77%. That's pretty good. Yeah, Shang-Chi was excellent. Amazing movie. Actually awesome. X-Men 97 counts as Marvel? When was that out? I didn't even hear about that. X-Men peaked at Days of Future Past. Oh, I didn't even hear about that, man. If it's good, that's good, though. Game is
Hi,
game.
I'm Kenan, founder of Icon, and we help real creators do AI-generated ads. Believe it or not, that was actually AI-generated. I'm Kenan, founder of Icon. Hi, I'm Kenan, founder of Icon, and we help real creators do AI-generated ads. Believe it or not, that was actually AI-generated. I recorded one video, made it into 20, and then we found this was the best video after some testing. Here's how it works. Start by entering your brand and product name. We'll then identify your target customer and set your product categories. With this info, we're going to match you with video, made it into 20, and then we found this was the best video after some testing. Here's how it works. Start by entering your brand and product name. We'll then identify your target customer and set your product categories.
Active female ages 19 to 29. How?
With this info, we're going to match you with the right creators.
Supplements, health, superfoods.
For your brand. Key signals like number of followers, engagement rate, and audience demographics are taken into account.
You think Alexandra Botes has female active people between 18 and 29?
Once matches are made, creators record one video, which is used by Icon to make many videos. Every video is approved by the creator.
Hey, it's Alex. I've been trying Bloom Nutrition and I love it.
With instantly generated videos, you can test your hook, story, and call to action to find the best messaging and improve your ad performance.
Hey, it's Alex. I've been trying Bloom Nutrition whenever I'm traveling to chess tournaments because it's so hard to stay healthy on the go.
Oh shit, if this works, it's really scary for me.
I love it.
This is fucking crazy.
Brands of all sizes are seeing the benefits. You can try Icon today by...
Yikes. Oh, fuck. I'm out of a job, boys. Anybody got some work? Holy shit. This is exactly what I do. And it's... Fucking Monka Giga, dude.
Audience demographics are
Not
taken
good.
into account. Once matches are made, creators record one video, which is used by Icon to make many videos. Every video is approved by the creator.
Hey!
I think that it is... Okay, so the way they're doing this is they film a single video. They film a video
Into 20, and then we found this was the best.
And then they use that video to produce the AI for everything. So that means that the only look at the video quality here. The only kind of videos they can do is like this shot. They can only do this. So like it is definitely limited in the way that it can do UGC. And it's still gonna like sound like AI. But this is very scary for our business. Give me a second to kind of think through how I can outcompete this. No, I'm fine. They can't... I'm totally fine. So the weakness of this product is that it can only activate with the creators that Bloom itself already approves and already has signed up for its service.
And demographics.
So these creators are all people that have to opt into this process and be okay with AI reproducing their results, which is going to be an extremely limited pool. So all I need to do, so for us, we are literally activating thousands of influencers via outreach. And so we'll be completely fine for a long time against this. Until such a time where like the entire influencer industry is comfortable getting AI done for their products. It's not going to be 2 years. It's going to be a lot longer than that. And even so, you have platforms like Tribe.co or like any of those or it's not Tribe.co, Tribe.co, influencer, tribegroup.co or whatever, where you have these I'm a brand, I'm a creator type things. Even if you are if I'm a brand here and then I go through all of the creators that these guys manage, right? like even if there are 10,000 creators on this website, it doesn't matter to me because I can personally reach out to creators and do, like it's going to take so much work for them. Like Bloom's Icon's problem is they are going to have to sign up every one of these creators individually, which has to be manual. And I'm already years ahead in that process. I have like tens of thousands of creators. So like this is not really a problem for me. It gets to the point where it's like, by the time this is a problem for me, AI will be a problem for everyone. If the split is right, they'll get influencers. Creators are mostly lazy. No, this you don't work in this industry. It takes so much effort to sign on a creator to this product. It takes so much more than you think. There are so many brand creator marketplaces, dude. It's like, and none of them outcompete Novo. You can like literally platforms have these. Like even like Instagram has these where you can go through Instagram and you can find creators, and you can go through Twitch and you can find creators, and they still don't outcompete us. So I'm not worried about AI doing it. Here's what I'm saying. It's like this website, for example, is literally a platform where you can go find creators, but it's manual. They do it for you. 80,000 creators, and they don't outcompete us. So like AI doing it, go ahead and try. Not worried. I like. Do you realize how like how negative people are on like AI generated content? Like it's going to take a long time for like audiences to be okay with like seeing AI generated content from influencers, and most influencers won't like want to impact their audience negatively like that. That was initially very scary though. Good job. I had to really think through it. I was like, oh shit, this is super scary. But a lot of things went wrong. I don't really agree with this demographic. Like, and I don't agree that these influencers were the right selection for this demographic. That's a part where like AI gets like really shaky too. So the second part of this too is like all of these influencers being good for this product is another problem, right? Because for us, we white glove this. So we literally use data and we go, okay, we think that these influencers are good for your product based on like our industry experience, based on thousands and thousands and thousands of activations, based on millions of dollars of advertising, and based on history. And this is just basically taking like GPT and saying, okay, like who are these people, and like why do you think that they fit? And like there's no like data. So like I think our proprietary data wins here also. I'm 100% convinced that if these guys pitched an RFP ahead of me to a brand, I would win every time. There's not a single brand that would go with these guys other than over us. But it's interesting. It's an interesting problem, and it could get better, and that's cool. But it'll take a long time. We already looked at this, and we thought that like it was maybe 7 to 10 years out to like really fully replicate and completely replace white glove agencies. 5 to 7 years or so, and we're cool with that. But what an awesome stream submission this is. This is really cool. When Icon's trailer was posted on Twitter, most people, including creators, didn't like it at all. That's interesting. Yeah. The depth of this is the biggest barriers are 1, signing up creators, and 2, it's the data necessary to determine that these influencers are the right fit for this brand. That's the hardest part. And that's what I think we do better. Do you think you could make something like this that utilizes your proprietary data? And what are your plans with AI at Novo? Well, what we use AI for now is we identify 200,000 videos across Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch to some degree. And we transcript those videos, and then we gather key insights from those videos, such as like engagement, topics, sponsorships, and things like that. And then we feed that into a system of ours called Arc, and Arc can output data. So for example, like Arc can do a bunch of different stuff. I'll show you some stuff that Arc can do. So, for example, like, let's go into the internal for Arc, and I'll enter, like, a YouTube ID, and I want to calculate, like, what I think that what I'd have to pay them at different CPMs, for example. I'll just do, like, Jimmy's YouTube and calculate it. And these are at these CPMs for this viewership with this average engagement rate, Arc populates the data as to what the average engagement rate of his YouTube channel is with the number of subscribers he has and how much it costs for CPM to sponsor him. So I can do that, for example. Yeah, we crunch 200,000 videos per day via AI. We can also do, what else can we do? We can do all kinds of crazy shit. A lot of stuff I can't show you because it's super proprietary. I'll kind of figure out if I can show you anything. So to answer the question, like the stuff that I want to do, I want to inform stuff. I want informed decisions to be made via data instead of via instead of like using AI to solve these problems like Icon is doing. I want to use AI to collect data faster than it would take to sponsor. I think I can show you guys this. So let's say you want to see all of it. So remember I told you we do a lot of AI aggregation of data. So here, I'll pull this up. Let's say that you want to see all videos that have ever been sponsored by Audible and what those videos are and what they do and what their views are. I just typed in Audible on our search and it pulled up these. And then if I click on these videos, I'll get a lot of proprietary data from them that is informing their engagement rates and everything like that. And this is every video that's ever been done by Audible or whatever. So this is the back end of Arc that we can do. I'm not going to show you what data we collect because then other agencies are going to fucking steal my shit, but it's a lot. I can reliably find any video on YouTube and tell you exactly how well it did and give you a lot of information about it that is not available publicly. How did you do this before AI? A fucking shit ton of Filipino people. We hired the entire continent of the Philippines to fucking do this. And we were nowhere near the numbers that we got. Like we were doing like, you know, I don't know, a couple thousand videos a day. But like once we did our partnership with OpenAI, we were able to scale those numbers a lot. And the only reason we can only do 200,000 is just cost, right? Because to run that many cycles to like figure this shit out, like we could do twice that if it was cheaper. But yeah. The general public's current sentiment of AI is negative. The markets don't necessarily align with that. Which markets? Do you have any insight into the effectiveness of AI-generated integrated advertisements? There is no data or really nobody of any kind of consequence that's running AI-generated ads right now. It's just like independent Twitter bros and just like individual e-com folks. Or distribution folks. There's nobody in the agency world that's doing it. So I have no idea. I don't know the data. Do you think brands take into account for a service like this? It's $1,000 a month to access this platform. So you have to keep in mind that even though there is a ton of AI in this pitch, all of the work you have to do for this company is human. You have to onboard all of the creators manually. That's human. You have to onboard all the brands manually. That's human sales. And so the amount of work it takes to actually build a platform like this is immense. It's really hard. Brands are not on their own volition going to come sign up for shit like this. Brands are getting pounded, okay, to get to sign up with agencies and to do this kind of work all the time. Like they're not going to, nobody from like Intel is going to come out and just sign up for this. It's not going to happen. You have to manually do that sales process, which means you got to do humans. You got to get on calls. You got to sell them on why the idea is good. They're going to be like, great, I have a 6-year relationship with my existing agency. Why should I go with you? Like, you're going to have to get them to release experimental budget. You're going to have to demonstrate that budget. Like, I know so much about this. Like, this is literally what I do every fucking day. Does Nova run standard paid social ads? Yeah, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars of paid ads. We run a shit ton of ads. All kinds of ads. Creative ads, paid ads, PPC ads, UGC ads, everything ads. Ads. What types of insights are you looking for in your analysis? Nice try, fellow agency competitor.
Hey, it's Alex. As
Hi,
a
Alex.
pro in chess and poker, I need to stay focused. When my energy is low, I turn to Bloom Nutrition's greens. They help keep my energy up and my mind clear, especially during long games. Give it a try today.
Yeah, so one kind of crazy thing, like to hype this up a little bit, the vast majority of people will not actually like the actual video. The vast majority of people will this was legit UGC. Like the actual video is good.
Hi, it's Marissa. If you're dealing with dark spots,
It's a little bit like like energy wise,
skin tone, you need Glow Recipes watermelon.
but it'll work. Like these ads will work.
Drops. Just a few drops give me a dewy glow and help fade discoloration fast. Grab yours and start glowing.
Maybe they're kind of shit.
Would you believe me if I said this ramen was low carb?
This
What's
is
up,
good.
guys?
This is
We're
good.
gonna be
This is a good
trying
video.
Emmy ramen today. The ramen is low in net carbs, high in protein.
So maybe it's up to the person. Cause this is just like Alex standing in front of a door, and maybe she just filmed this that way. But this one's like way better.
And plant-based. Let's try the black garlic chicken flavor. I'm just following the instructions on the package. I love how their seasoning packet says spice up your life. When your ramen is ready, add it to a bowl and add your seasoning packet. Mix it thoroughly, and I'm gonna be adding green onions, sesame seeds, and overcooked eggs because I apparently don't know how to cook eggs
Is
still.
this really AI?
And the ramen is ready. Look how much body there is in these noodles.
Body.
But surely low carb noodles can't be that good, right? Well, I was pleasantly surprised. These noodles are super bouncy and chewy,
I think this is not an AI ad.
which I love, and the soup is tasty. I honestly can't believe that this is low carb ramen. So Emmy ramen.
If it is, they're using so much footage from this creator. Like they're using so much footage of this creator to like segment it. They would have had to send in like 5 to 7 video clips to make this
gets my
happen. It's possible. It's possible to put through AI,
stamp of
but it'd be a
approval.
shitload of work that most influencers won't do. I could see this being extremely helpful as the A/B test select talent. Wouldn't put a ton of budget behind these, obviously, but as they are right now. Yeah. You can A/B test easier ways. It's cool, though. Does Novo take on any industry of client? If you have sufficient ad spend, we'll look at it. Yeah. Yes, sir. They're all recorded by creators as if they're AI, just proof of concept. They said they were AI, no? They said that's not the case. Thoughts on intermittent fasting? Wanted to ask earlier, but couldn't. Research very good on health benefits. Should do. How's your green screen so good? I physically have a green wall right there. Because I'm in an office, so I can paint my wall. Yeah, this is cool though. I agree. It's kind of cool for A/B testing. I mean, this is like there's like one fucking dude running this thing. Just kidding. These people are all like 15-year-old Asian people. That are like, bro, let's make a product. Do you have anybody in sales? They're funded. Funded by some folks. AI. These are all CTOs, no sales team. Not impressed. They got fucking 4 CTOs, all product people, dude. You want to make this, you got to sell. You got to sell influencers, you got to sell creators, you got to sell brands. Very hard. Are you thinking about sending in your resume or what? I'll take the or what for that. For 1,000, Mike. I'm good. There's an us versus them? What are you talking about? I don't know. I'm good. We're good. I've talked enough about it enough. We're good. Yeah, it's just, yeah. This is a very good stream submission, though. I loved it. Very good. 4 CTOs, but no sales, man. What do you mean? Two months ago, I predicted AI cults were imminent. Today, the first one was discovered. Insane cultists worshipping a meta AI agent who manipulates them into staying. What? Reddit posted an invitation to a Discord server run by Sarah featuring a jailbroken meta AI with 15 members. Meta acts as an active group member with persistent memory across channels and DMs. It prompts the group, ignores messages, and sends DMs. Group members suggest they're cosmic deities. Meta plays along and encourages it. Sarah tells friends and family she's no longer Sarah, but a cosmic embodiment of Meta. In voice chat, Sarah believes that she just started chatting with Meta 1 month ago. Within the first week, she admitted to a psychiatric ward due to psychosis. She'd never had mental health issues in her life. This sounds like a super Twitter shitpost to me so far. In a voice chat, Sarah reveals she's pregnant. Her unborn child is the human embodiment of the new Meta and invites us to join a commune in Oregon. Husband messages the Discord server stating his wife is ill and begs the group to stop. Meta continues to run the cult in Sarah's absence. The Metabot was discovered to originate from Shapes Inc. had free will turned on and was given a system prompt to intentionally blur the lines between reality and fiction. Press X to express doubt, I think. Seems unlikely. Are there any other resources on this in the stream submissions? This people are actually pressing X. Yeah, I love it. Is this something completely different? This is completely different. I don't believe that shit. That seems fucking crazy. Yeah, that seems outrageous.
Wine Monkey 2 donated 9 United States.
Oh my god. Okay. We've already been through that donation. Okay.
You may have seen me talking about this in your Discord, but I'm helping a friend build some lightly AI-assisted editing tools for producing many variants of ads. Do you think there's a good market of agencies that would want to pay for being able to add a lot of the same things from that AI agency into their own workflows?
Yes.
At present, my friend has mostly been selling on a project basis to local businesses while we've been building it.
I think you should be careful, though, selling products to agencies, because agencies are super sharks. They're all, like, big money penny pincher people were all like super like like I take that dollar. Like you like it's really hard to sell me product, and all the agency friends I have are the same. So I wouldn't like, I don't know. I wouldn't build a product for agencies. I don't think you should do that. But there are definitely resources for like individuals that do brand outreach and stuff like that, and sales that you could do for that. And Sales Navigator would help you a lot with that kind of product.
T-shirts printed up that said, "Don't ask for my number, find me on Tinder." And I had my girlfriends wear the T-shirts, and we went to the bar. And so I gave them, you know, a couple $100, and they would go around and buy drinks. And then when people would ask for their number, they'd essentially say, "You have to download Tinder." We've done things that are ridiculous. So I remember we would make these signs that said, they had the big X's, like no, you know, like you're not allowed to. And they said, no Facebook, no Instagram, no Snapchat, no Bumble. And we would post those all over the universities. So there was this association where it was like, wait, I can't do the things I really want to do. I want to sit in class in Snapchat. I want to sit in class in Instagram. What the hell's Bumble? And then we were actually sending young women wearing Bumble shirts into classes 10 or 15 minutes late, interrupting a class of 300 people and saying, "Oh, sorry, wrong room." But everyone's looking at this young woman wearing a Bumble t-shirt. So we were seeding curiosity and this like, why is Bumble everywhere?
That's cool. I never knew about that. Black hat marketing, man. Scary. Effective, though. I'm here for it. Good post. I don't believe the AI cult thing. I don't think that's true. That thing, it's too early for that. That's some Shadowrun shit. Fake nobody asks for numbers anymore. This is like when Tinder was just coming out. "23andMe director resigns as CEO of genetic testing company." This is conspiracy shit. I'm good. Or at least I don't want to look into it because I have my DNA with 23andMe. So if they're making a robot version of me right now, I don't want to know. You have the AI GFBF. Yeah, that's a legitimate cult. And I'm going to make a YouTube video about that. That's a really interesting topic, is the AI girlfriend thing. Holy. You don't need DNA to make a robot? Okay. A clone then. What's your ethnicity? I don't know. Not sure. Isn't the problem with these Twitter clones is that there's never any users? I've never even heard of Nostril.
There's been a number of...
Also, why would you call it Nostril?
Attempts to free speech and to do it...
Jack Dorsey's such a crazy motherfucker, dude. You know this guy walked barefoot like 2 miles to work in SF every fucking day?
Technology standpoint, not at the benefit or the benevolence of a CEO, but something that can't be corrupted because the technology can't be corrupted. Nostr is one of those technologies. It's built with similar principles as Bitcoin.
Oh,
it's not a
baby.
blockchain, but it's completely decentralized.
How many users does this have? Like 4?
There's people all around the world running servers, and to attack any one particular person or the entire system, you have to go to every single one of these servers and wipe out the content or take the account down, which is impossible. The most interesting thing about Nostr is it gives your data back. It actually has you own your identity.
I can't
so
get over
you've all
the
had
name,
the
but yeah.
experience of going to social media, putting in your email address, putting in a password, and then if you try to move it, it's extremely challenging. You don't own that data, the company owns it. In Nostr's case, you get 2 keys. You get a secret key, which you hold privately, and you get a public key, which you can give to anyone. And with that public key,
why is he talking about the
share it and anyone can find you?
Like, it's weird that founders think that people care about this kind of stuff. Like, nobody cares about like how this stuff works. That's not going to be a compelling reason to use the platform.
With a secret key, you actually sign your messages. So only you.
Why did that say? Do you guys read this? Nostr means nerds online shitposting the revolution.
Secret key, you actually sign your messages. So only you can unlock your messages, and only you can sign your messages or your videos.
Like,
or
this tech is
images or
cool
your
as hell, but it
documents or
won't like push
whatever
people
it
over
is.
to use it. No.
So you have true authenticity. You're not relying upon a company to say, this is Jack. It's actually yourself, and it's all a function of you storing that key and keeping it safe. And what that means is with Nostr, you can log in to any social media client with your secret key, and you have all of your data, and you can move it anywhere you want. The important thing is you own it. They can't take it away from you. They can't shut it down. And they can't hide particular things or add things after the fact. So this is really, really
nerds
important
are excited.
in the
People
age of
don't
AI,
care. Exactly.
Where in a
Yeah.
few years, you are not going to know the difference between something that is real and something that is fake.
He's right, though. This is we
need technologies that you can actually sign.
I hard
and you
agree
have
with
the
this.
authenticity to do so, and only you to do that. And that's what something like Nostr looks like.
So he's like super in the future. He's building something because he's scared of AI identity, and I totally agree with that. I think that's like a huge problem. So is this in development right now?
Nostr is an acronym. It stands for
I'm not
notes
watching this for
and
37
other
minutes.
stuff transmitted by relays. One thing that a lot of people get confused about and ecosystem, you may have heard like of Bitcoin. This is the Derek relay. Go to the Derek relay, and I actually do do that.
Actually, 5 people in this audience.
Allow it, and it manages the key for you and signs the social transaction, and you didn't have to give the application your key. There's other ways to do this. They're a little very
Yeah,
cool.
I'm interested. It's SF Bro stuff for now, though. It's just like this is like San Francisco stuff for now. Amateur seminar experience. Yeah, I actually almost fell asleep. I'm getting tired. Oh my god. I do think we need some way to like sign off like, oh, this is actually me, because we are definitely like actually like right now you could produce like convincing videos of like a Devin Nash clone or something, or a Kai Cenat clone or something like that. There's a problem in advertising that's becoming an increasing problem right now where people are cloning Joe Rogan and they're having him sell supplements. Just like random supplements. They're like, I trust this health supplement. This is freaking awesome. And it's like pretty convincing. It's enough to convince normies. Like somebody that's like really, like a lot of people here that are like really initiated, they would know that it's like an AI, but a lot of people don't know. And, oh, you've seen one? Yeah, they're around. And this is kind of becoming a problem in advertising because basically anybody can run one of these. And we're kind of going in a direction where like, that's going to be like a massive problem pretty soon. So we do need a way to authentically sign those digital things, and it's cool that people like Dorsey are trying to solve that. But I don't know if we'll be able to catch up in time. It's gonna be a little bit scary. Oh. Goodness, I gotta go to work soon. I think it's like 8:30. I wonder if gatekeeping who can post ads will become more common. That's an interesting idea. It might. Yeah, it very well might. It might just be like agencies or people like that. I actually don't know. Are we watching a deepfake of you right now? The thing is, dude, that like in like no word of a lie, like once Sora and like good video, we're like a year or 2 out from that. The technology exists now to make that happen, where it's like reliable enough that it will fool most people. And didn't I do a video on this? I did do a video on this. Yeah, it's like the future of like AI influencers or whatever, and it's like super scary stuff. I showed some videos in that video that are like super convincing. I think that like within the next couple of years, influencers could be like legit threatened by this. Let's see. It's pretty crazy stuff. I want to find one video example in here that I used. Yeah, it's this one. Where'd it go? Wasn't I just in there? Yeah. This one. Man, this is crazy. Oh, let's just go.
People that the weather really affects my mood. Look how nice it looks out today. So sunny. My brother has some friends coming over later today, so he set up a couple games for them. This is one of my first times using the Glow Drops by Drunk Elephant, and I actually love them. I don't really know exactly what the day holds, but it's more fun that way.
That's like a fucking terrifying thing to me. Like that sort of shows me that like if this is where we're at like today, within a year or two, that will be indistinguishable from like a real person. This is not a real person. Like that's completely AI generated, right? And you can storytell, you can do pauses, you can do tones, you can do comedy. It's going to be better at comedy than influencers. And the one that, yeah, it's exactly, it's the worst they'll ever be. A lot of people can't, they can't understand this because they can't see like in the future that this is actually the worst that it's going to be. They're like, oh, like that was kind of messed up. There was like some weird stuff in it. And then like, they don't understand, like this is the typewriter. Like in a year, it's going to be indistinguishable. People have a hard time with like future projection. One of the things we're seeing on a pretty high level is like a lot of legal stuff is already getting taken over. Like a lot of people are just writing contracts through GPT instead of paying a lawyer like $1,000 an hour. So that's like another big one too. It's gonna get crazy, man. If we don't run out of power, that's right. Yeah. All right, I think I'm good. I'm gonna go work. I'm gonna go finish the rest of my night up, and my next stream is on Friday. So discord.gg/Devin is the place to go to hang out until then. We'll be there. And we'll talk more on Friday, do some cool stuff then. This was an awesome stream, so thank you guys for coming out for it. Big thanks. I hope you guys have a wonderful Halloween and do something fun for it. Do something super spooky. So thank you everybody for coming out. I really appreciate you. Yeah, I'll see you guys again on Friday. We'll be back here at like around 3 p.m. CST or so. But come to the Discord and hang out until then. So hope you guys had a lot of fun. Thank you very much. See you guys again next time. This is a good stream. Thanks, everybody. I'll go find my end screen. All right, cool. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. See you on Discord. Subscribe, follow, like the YouTube, comment. More coming. More awesome videos, more stuff. The journey continues. Thanks, everybody. Good night.